Second Head Professor Sudhanya Puri to felicitate Shri Subir Singh. May I again request her to felicitate Mr. Rishabh Anthony. May I now request Professor Saujanya Puri to felicitate Professor Krishnendu Sarkar. I once again request our center head, Professor Puri, for setting the context. Good evening to the dignitaries on the dais, dear students and parents. It gives us immense pleasure to be hosting communicon 2023 today, because NSHM has always believed in the 360-degree learning approach so that our students could always have best possible opportunities in their life. And one such initiative has been the centers, and CLC specifically, the last 4 years has been focusing on creating opportunities where our students hone their skills. And this evening is a celebration of our students who have put in effort to put up this wonderful program this evening. We're extremely delighted to have with us Mr. Nicola, because our students have taken up the French language as one of those options among the foreign language courses. And all this would not have been possible without the vision of our chief mentor, Mr. Cecil Anthony. And of course, the support we get from Professor Krishnendu Sarkar, the director of NSHM School of Life Skills. This evening, you would see Italian by Bernard Shaw, and before that we have, for the first time, the mock G20 summit, for which Professor Krishnendu Sarkar would be the moderator. We thank all the parents who have joined us today. This is also an opportunity for us to felicitate and also have the investiture of the club in charges. We at NSHM have always believed that we would like to do the best for our students, and clubs which promote students' creativity, communication, personality, and talent have been always the forefront where the students spend most of their time. So today is also an opportunity for all of us to felicitate these students. So that's thereby said. I set the context for this evening, and I warmly welcome our chief mentor to address the gathering.
Thank you, Saujanya, and thank you, fellow NSHMites. It's so wonderful to see CLC booming up. If I remember correctly, it was about 5 years back, April 2018, right? When at NSHM we started the Life Skills School, and underneath that, the Center for Language and Communication. The entire objective to start the center was to give our students the scope to grasp, to learn, to understand other languages and culture. And we started off with a lot of languages at NSHM. While English was always a big focus, We went ahead with languages like French, Spanish, Italian, and many more. I'm sure our students benefited a lot from the Center for Language and Communication. And as we moved ahead in our journey, of course, during COVID, we moved onto the online mode. But back after COVID, I see a lot of activities happening at the Center for Language and Communication. I would like to really thank Sojalia and the entire team who have taken a lot of fresh initiatives to ensure that the center achieves its objectives. A couple of days back, we had the annual conference which was conducted, and today it is yet another event by CLC. And I'm very happy to know that we are launching a few clubs which have been in place for some time, formalizing all of that. And I'm sure every NSHMite, every student takes tremendous benefit out of these clubs, out of all the learnings which happens outside standard classrooms. It is your personality, it is your life, and at NSHM we want to ensure that we do a holistic development of a student who becomes an NSHMite. Thank you so much and welcome to this evening. Thank you.
Language is the first precursor for communication. There are roughly 6,500 languages in the world, and this world cannot be conceived without languages facilitating exchange. Translation technology has revamped the communication paradigm between two different tongues. It is our pleasure to have with us someone who understands language and connect better than any of us here. May I have Sri Nicola on the dais to speak now.
Dear friends, dear professors, dear teachers, it's a great honor for me to be there, and I convey my sincere gratitude to NSHM. Real art is inspiring. In fact, you know that you work in the field of art. And this evening, we will attend this fantastic play of Bernard Shaw. And by the way, very correct. Why? Do you know the original story of Pygmalion, the Greek mythology? You know or not? So it is the sculptor who decided to sculpt, to make a statue, very, very beautiful, very sexy, and very attractive. And he fell in love about this masterpiece. And one night he realized that she was alive. There was also, it's about the educational field, the Pygmalion effect. Do you know the Pygmalion effect? It is regarding the teacher. If I was a teacher, not so long, but I was. If tools to be prepared, to reinforce the soft skills, the open-mindedness, the sense of equality also. And in the education, you can see that the Center for Language and Communication. I have to speak a little bit about French, the foreign language. That if you speak French, it's not so easy at the beginning, to be honest, to learn a foreign language, but the results on invest are huge. It will be open to the world, open to mobility, open to employability also. And so, in Alliance Française, we believe very strongly to this partnership. The teacher and all the staff. So, take the future in your hands, like the people. Merci beaucoup.
Student clubs and NSHM are attuned to assist students get most out of their experience while they are enrolled at the college for their academic pursuits. These student clubs offer limitless opportunities for student leadership and participation beyond classroom setup and academic program. So it is that these clubs are especially aimed at helping students to get involved and find their own niche in their college campus. Today, we are happy to announce investiture of our CLC clubs. May I now request our Chief Mentor, Shri Cecil Anthony, for the investiture of our CLC Literary Club that we call as Expressions. May I call upon stage President Madhurima Basu Thakur. Vice President Audrey Mukherjee. Secretary Shaila Maria. For the CLC Environment Club Earthmates, President Manish Mahapatra. Vice President Pritisha Haldar. Secretary Mandeep Singh. Thank you, sir. May I now request Sri Nicola for the investiture of our CLC Movie and Drama Club Reels. Can I have the President Roshni Das? Aishwarya Mitra, Vice President. Ashish Malik, Secretary. Thank you so much. I would like to request Professor Krishnendu Sarkar for the investiture of our CLC Communication Clubs, that is Reflections. May I have the President Leah Chang. Apurjeet Bhattacharya, Vice President. Shobhi Dhara, Secretary. Thank you, sir. I would now like to request Sri Subir Sen for the messenger of CLC Debate Club, which we call as Tackle It. President Krish Chakrabarti. Vice President Shubhajit Bhattacharya. Secretary Rahat Parveen. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Mr. Rishabh Anthony for the investiture of CLC Reading Club, which is Book Lounge. President Devaditya Bagchi. Vice President Sai Prakash Vitta. Secretary Yona Gina Margaret. As we all know, India is hosting the G20 Leaders Summit for the first time this year. A nation deeply committed to democracy and multilateralism, India's G20 presidency is a watershed moment in our history as we seek to play an important role by finding pragmatic global solutions for the well-being of all. And in doing so, manifest the true spirit of Vasudevaya Kutumbakam, or the world is one family. Ladies and gentlemen, we present you now a mock G20 summit by the students of NSHM, wherein they will be representing the 20 participating countries with their national and international agendas. May I now have the participants for the first round of the summit. May I now request Professor Sri Krishna Sarkar be the moderate for the summit. On stage we have students representing Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, and Italy.
Can you be seated, please? Can you be seated, please? Participants, can you be seated, please? Thank you. So, thank you once again, CLC, for giving this wonderful thought of having a round table. And since India is holding the presidency of G20 this year, it's all the more prudent and right for we the young thought leaders to participate. We're talking about an inclusive world. The inclusive world will be incomplete without sharing of thoughts, right? All of you agree? Sharing of thoughts. We also should know that there is a freedom for our speech. We have rights and rights and rights. But what we tend to forget at times is the duties. So countries are here, 21 countries, in fact it's 19 plus 1. That one is EU. EU is European Union. So 19 plus 1. These countries are here today upholding the spirit of oneness. So if you see the theme of G20, or the byline or the motto of India's G20 presidency is one family, one earth. So this oneness is very, very important. And with this, I'm sure that each of you countries are here with your own agenda. And it is this agenda which will draw its strength from the Addis Ababa Action Plan and also the SDG, which is called the Agenda 2030. Okay, all of you are aware, it seems. Why are you looking so tense? Are your challenges too big? Are your challenges too big? Anyway, so, you know, it's always important that as group of nations, and we all know that there are different groups, right? So G20 is one such very important group, which brings together the global north. So here, you know, on the stage, we have global north representation and global south. If you see the global north, three countries in the south, one UK, USA, France, Italy, Japan, even Australia. Though it is in the southern hemisphere, looks like southern hemisphere, which is part of the global north. So yes, G20 is a very rightful mix, a very powerful mix. Like 80% of the world's population, 80% of the resources, everything, the trade. So G20 is a major part. You cannot ignore G20, even if you hate some of those countries. You cannot ignore them. But yes, there are problems today. Russian Federation is also part of G20. Ukraine is not. But then we all know that there is two countries today that Russia is getting isolated. And with Russia, there is this China and also India axis. But then, as I also said, that we are one, and we would like to participate in this Agenda 2030. There are some mandatory goals for the countries to achieve, and the countries have to work together. Well, with this little backdrop, I think the idea is to listen to their challenges. So that is the introduction. Your introduction is not your name, but it is your country, and maybe one important problem which your country stands for, or a challenge which you believe is your, and wherein you can partner as part of the 17 partnership alliances are very, very important. So how others can also join in your challenge and make sure that they're able to complete your better tomorrow. Yes. So let me can you call them one way?
Each of these countries have been represented by two students, and they've been given about 3 minutes time. They've been given a team. So these students would come up there, would introduce themselves, the country, and the issue they're going to talk about.
So two students will present one country. Very good. Fine. We are waiting to hear from you.
Very good evening, everyone.
Excuse me.
A very good evening, everyone. Mariam, and this is my colleague Priya Kumari. We are presenting now, and our topic of discussion is importance of importance of sports on the global platform.
Today, sport emerges as an important component of the socio-economic development of a country and has proven to be a cost-effective and flexible tool for promoting peace and development. Active participation in sports improves community health and productivity, reduces medical expenses, generates great leaders, and enhances social cohesion. The execution of mega sporting events helps in developing infrastructure, generates employment, and a secure flow of foreign capital, and contributes significantly to the economic development of a country. Therefore, it can be said that the impact of sports, economy, and society is multidimensional. Social media also played a very important role by benefiting different sectors economically whenever any major sports event occurs in a country. After 15 years of progress towards the Millennium Development Goals in the world has turned its attention to the sustainable development of sports. In a period of transition, the newly adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a unique opportunity in development worldwide, including in the field of sports for development and peace.
As we know, Argentina is now one of the most powerful sports nations in the region, and we were one of the 8 founding members of the International Olympic Committee. We first participated in the Olympics in 1900 with one single athlete, and since 1900 to 2016, we have won 77 medals, out of which 21 were gold, 26 silver, and 30 bronze. We were selected as the host city for the 2018 Summer Youth Olympics, and a dramatic 2022 FIFA World Cup victory not only gave the country a long sought-for title, but also opened a period of rare popular euphoria that would translate into positive expectations for a price-drawn economy. But now that we are achieving success in the global platform with sports originating from different countries, it would be great to flaunt our national game in the international platform. Our national game Pato is not just an old generation game, but also an emotion to us Argentinians. And seeing it being overshadowed by trending sports originating from different countries is heartbreaking. Our new policy is to encourage Argentinians to bring our national game to the international level, which will also encourage us to embrace our culture more and be instrumental in keeping this nature game alive. Though as a country we understand the responsibility towards the advancement of the international sports, but we also want to stress upon the fact that Argentina indeed will be working towards the improving the infrastructure of our indigenous game. This policy aims to keep the culture and the legacy of Argentinians alive. As for the new policy, the government has funded $50 billion for uplifting the policy, and a committee of 15 members are working on it. The main feature of this policy is to provide health insurance to all the players, making sure that animals are getting best treatment, having professional
also need to study the G20 communique for 2023. So there it should be important that your main point should figure there. Sure that once you see that in the paper, you might not find sports per se, but then sports can be a very important agent of change, and it can contribute to some of those SDGs. Even sports can contribute to your low poverty, low hunger, from there till responsible consumption and production, kind of an integrated 4 areas of goals. So with sports, you have to be very clear about what are those youth initiatives, or what is that demographic segment which probably you want that improvements in terms of health, livelihood, or other indicators, indicators can be impacted through sports. So that is somewhere probably you need to work a little bit more so that you can invite more inputs from the other countries, right? So great, and now we can have Australia. Australia represented by Lona, Gina, Margaret, and Karuna Jaswal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lona Kota, together with my colleague Karina Jaiswal. We are going to represent the country of Australia and talk about the issue of eco-anxiety. Eco-anxiety is a major concern around the world. It is growing, and this is a feeling which is caused by the awareness of environmental issues, whereby a person is anxious, scared, and fearful about how the environment is impacted. According to a survey that was conducted in the year 2019, it has been found that 70% of Australian citizens have eco-anxiety, and these people range from the age of 18 to 34. Eco-anxiety is an individual feeling but experienced by many people. Hence, in order to minimize it, there should be internal factors and external factors. Internal factors will be the role played by the person with eco-anxiety. Somebody should take measures in order to minimize their situation. They should not feed themselves with too much information, negative information about the environment. And also, they should sit in groups, connect with others, discuss the issue of climate change and also eco-anxiety. The government of Australia has supported people with eco-anxiety by establishing organizations and programs. One of the good examples of an organization is called Beyond Blue. Beyond Blue is a national mental health organization that offers support to people with eco-anxiety. It also provides counseling, online classes, and also it gives them support in a way that they can also have some advice, like a psychologist can give them therapy in order for them to understand themselves well and question them in order to give them an understanding of why things are happening and what they should do in order to be calm. Now, there is also a program that is established in Australia called National Environmental Science Program. The government offers funds to this program. This program does research on environmental issues that happen, such as climate change. This program's aim is to look at the impacts of the climate change to social and economic sectors. And also, this program can come up with different policies and decision making, which will be based on the climate change. Now, I would like to invite Karina, who's going to talk about the policies that have been established in Australia to combat climate change, because climate change is a major cause of eco-anxiety.
To address the issue of eco-anxiety, several policies have been introduced in Australia to tackle climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Here are some of the significant policies. Paris Agreement. In 2015, Australia signed the Paris Agreement, which is a global agreement to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. The agreement requires Australia to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 26 to 28% by 2030. Clean energy target. The clean energy target was proposed policy that aimed to reduce Australia's greenhouse gas emission by encouraging the use of renewable energy such as wind and solar power. However, it was eventually abandoned in 2017 and in the favor of national energy guarantee. Renewable energy target. The renewable energy target is a policy that aims to increase Australia's use of renewable energy to 33,000 gigawatt hours by 2020. However, the target was achieved in 2019 and now the government is planning to have a new target. Carbon pricing. Australia implemented carbon pricing mechanism known as carbon pricing scheme in 2012. The scheme required large emitters of greenhouse gases.
We can mention the highlights so that we can all remember. So just highlight those important points, need not describe it, just highlights, right? So time constraint is also there. Please. And also request to the August House and also, we can open, we'll come back to you for some country specific questions if you have. That will keep all of us on our toes, right? So be very specific and please address the house and ensure that you want them to know. They should have some takeaways from your time. I think very good thing you are talking about climate, a part of the environment of this game. So only highlight the important points, right?
Yes. National Climate Resilience and Adaptation Strategy. The National Climate Resilience and Adaptation Strategy was launched in 2015 and aims to help Australia to adapt to the impact of climate change. The strategy includes measures such as improving the management of water resources, reducing the risk of bushfires, and improving infrastructure resilience. Lastly, the Climate Solution Package. The Climate Solution Package was introduced in 2019 and includes a range of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, such as funding for research, development of new technology, and support for farmers to reduce emissions. Thank you.
Very good. So if we had Argentina, Brazil cannot be far behind. So Brazil. And we have Bidisha Mandal and Hassan Reza. So yes, before we begin, so we all are now in sync that we are addressing three important dimensions. These 20 reps, 10 reps, we will be having another batch of 10 countries shortly. So we will be addressing this dimension of social, society. That is very important. You heard Argentina using sports as a vehicle to impact the society outcomes. Then environmental is very, very important dimension, which Australia has put forth, and I'm sure many other countries will also address that. Another third, but not the least, is economic. So what is that business, trade, right? So that is again a very important part to discuss. So yes, Rafi.
Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and inhumane. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I, Hassan Raza, and my colleague, Idisha Mondal, are representing Brazil, and our topic of discussion is universal access to medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. The Brazilian constitution states that everyone has the right to health, which must be ensured by the state by means of public policy.
A little silence will do us very good, please. Thank you so much. From the back. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Pradeep.
By means of public policies aiming at reducing the risk of diseases and other illnesses, and by the provision of public, universal, and common access to healthcare services. Vaccination does deserve its high reputation in Brazil. It is the main action responsible for the eradication of smallpox and the acute reduction of poliomyelitis and measles occurrence in the country. The Brazilian production and distribution of vaccines are mainly public under the National Immunization Program (PMI). The National Immunization Program (PMI) is a public program designed to produce, distribute, and apply vaccines aiming at the reduction of epidemic diseases in Brazil by providing universal access to a selection of essential vaccines to all people in the country. Most of the vaccines are produced by public institutions.
Sorry to interrupt you, Raza. Only highlight your important points, right? What you want us to note. So we are taking, we all are taking notes, right? So just highlight your important points.
Most of the vaccines are produced by the public institutes, but many are imported as well. The worldwide vaccine market was estimated in 7 billion US dollars in 2000. In the same year, Brazil spent 2,15,000 US dollars on the importation of vaccines. The use of artificial intelligence in healthcare has been gaining popularity in Brazil in recent years with the aim of improving patient care and outcomes, reducing costs and increasing efficacy. Brazilian researchers and healthcare professionals have developed AI algorithms that can analyze X-rays, CT scans, and MRIs to detect abnormalities and diseases such as cancer, tuberculosis, and pneumonia. Now, I would like to request my colleague to follow up with the topic.
Brazil has the world's largest government-run public health system known as SUS or Sistema Único de Saúde or Unified Health System by a number of users, virtually 100% of Brazilian population and 220 million people. Land area coverage 3.3 million square miles. The objectives of the SUS by the law of its creation are defined as sanitation and health surveillance, epidemiological vigilance, occupational safety and health, and formulation of policies regarding drugs, equipment, immunobiologicals, and other resources of interest. Brazil has an established pool of scientists and doctors who are prepared to do vaccine research and development. The COVID-19 pandemic in Brazil had the effect of providing Brazil an opportunity to conduct some of the world's most important COVID-19 vaccines research. In order to expand the access of the population to the drugs, incentives have been offered for marketing generic products. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to break this little, so can we have any suggestions or questions? Country specific. কিছু আছে জিজ্ঞেস করতে চান অস্ট্রেলিয়াকে ব্রাজিল আর্জেন্টিনাকে no but then please do that will be very very good and while it is very very good Brazil that you came up with your own projection on this universal vaccine scheme and the R&D efforts which Brazil as a country is taking here. So it will be very important for each one of you as countries to come to this G20 come September, November, with some solution approach. So, because see, it's a policy level discussion. So you have to come up with a problem, a specific problem, which is a common problem. And when I say common problem, shared not only by Brazilians, but also the neighboring countries like Argentina and also Mexico out here. Uh, so there has to be some kind of a solution approach, maybe some idea of change or something like that, which probably can be the point of deliberation or debate or discussion. But so far, so good. So far, so good. Very good. And now can we have Canada, please, and with Divyanshu Tiwari and Rishabh Datta.
A very pleasant evening to all the excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am Divyanshu Tiwari and this is my partner Rishabh Datta, and we are here to represent Canada on the topic portrayal of climate change in animated movies and its importance. Climate change. As we all know, in the 19th century, when the Industrial Revolution started and bring the era of combustion engines, which release carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, the average temperature of Canada has increased by 1.5 degrees Celsius since 1950 and will rise from 1 degree Celsius to 5 degrees Celsius in the next 100 years. The increase in temperature leads the heat waves in summers and the temperature reaches 50 degrees and in winters it dropped down to minus 20 degrees Celsius to minus 30 degrees Celsius as per our records. Our country has been through all. The blazing cold winters, the hot muggy summers, binding snowstorms, deadly tornadoes, and scorching droughts. All these problems are effect of global warming, and we should need to take some actions immediately, as we are already in such a situation that shouldn't be handled recklessly. Back in the year 2021, Canada has been hit by the British Columbia flood, which caused damage of worth rupees $450 million, five deaths, and more than 6 lakhs farm animal loss. The Canada has been through all. We know that animated movies are playing a very good role to encouraging our youth and the kids. So the climate change also affect the human health regarding which include the heat. The warming temperature has been played a very big role in our country for making diseases such as Lyme disease. By 2050, the climate impact will be showing Canada's economic growth by $25 billion annually, which is equal to 50% of the global GDP. All households will lose income. In recent years, as we all know, that animated movies is being a very powerful tool for solving these problems and making the awareness about climate change. Now, I introduce my partner Rishabh Datta to continue over this animated series.
Please keep your points limited to those highlights, right? So that we have some time constraint. Thank you.
Thank you, Divyanshu. These movies often highlight the global issues impacts on the environment, people, and animals. These movies hope to capture the imagination of young viewers and motivate them to involve in local and global efforts by practices such as renewable energy sources and using sustainable products. Movies like Diwali and Murana utilizes humor and other creative elements to make their message interesting and easy to understand for the children. The stories involve children using their creativity and problem solving skills to make a positive impact, which also motivates others to do the same. Animated movies have the power to send a powerful message which helps to create awareness to all the age groups, or not just to our countries, but to the whole world to create a better future. But still, we don't have many animators and animated movies so that people would take part into the climate change. And for that, we are taking some actions. We are going to open 50 animation institutes, that is 5 each in every province. We will also going to give scholarship for the students. So we both are looking forward to the G20 countries to get us help and also requesting the summit to please focus on this solution and let's make this world a better place to live. Thank you.
Great. We are, we know very well that the first benches are usually very serious students and good students. So while I was asking the backbenchers some questions, so the response, as you all saw, was very silent. So now I'm looking forward. In fact, you all are looking forward to the first bench. The first bench people are very serious people and good people. So first bench, and incidentally, the first bench people are all very erudite and scholarly, knowledgeable. So can I request the first benches, if you can just share your early thoughts on the proceedings so far. Maybe you can also have a question or a point which they can think and reflect, and also if they have an answer to your question, they can answer. So first benches, Nicola, in fact, you have a question in mind. I think can we have some question in mind or something, or in fact, your any country. We had Brazil, sorry, we had Argentina who had this instrument of sports. They have not mentioned football, but they had football in mind, I believe. We have this World Cup not this year, last year in fact. And then, so they were mainly focusing on the social side. And with the environment thing was Australia, the eco anxiety you said now, a very nice term, and focusing on the climate. Which was the climate goal you were addressing? So there are 7 or 8 climate goals, right? So maybe specifically, if you could have told us which was that one goal you are talking on the eco anxiety part. Then we had Brazil, which focused on the universal vaccination and how Brazil is getting prepared for that. And we will be having China next. So yes, so maybe once we have China, then probably we can again come to you to the house. And please put some important points so that the thing is here is sorry. That these countries are eagerly looking forward to also take down some notes, and they can go back and hit their own resources and try to come back with their own white paper. So after this deliberations, with the inputs which they received from the discussions today, each of the countries will work with your own white paper, maybe the 6 to 8 pages white paper. So we can collate those. We'll be having those 20 into 8 odd pages, so 150 pages document, internal document, which will be on the G20 policy approaches of this country, which will be very, very good. So it's a very important discussion going on, and your participation will be very, very crucial and important with your inputs. Thank you. Over to you, China, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raman Majumdar, here accompanied by my colleague Shubham Kumar, as we proudly represent our country China in the Global Rock G20 Summit. As you all know, we the Chinese people have demonstrated an untiring spirit and kept the right direction of China's development amidst changing circumstances, thus writing an epic chapter in the development of China and humanity. We have continued to unleash and develop productivity and raise civic standards and achieved a historic breakthrough of leaping from a country with relatively low productivity to the second largest economy in the world. Through much hard work, the Chinese people have attained the goal of fully building a moderately prosperous society on the vast land of China and won the battle against poverty, thus securing a historic success in eradicating absolute poverty. We have now embarked on a new journey towards fully building a sustainable development. Now, sustainable development is important because it helps to ensure that resources are used in a way that is beneficial to both present and future generations. It also helps to protect environment and conserve natural resources, which are essential for long-term health of the planet. Nations should move towards the development of resources and technology to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In China, sustainable development has become an increasingly important part of the nation's economic and environmental policies. Now, shall we talk about policies? China is a rapidly developing country with growing population and expanding economy. To ensure sustainable development, China has implemented a variety of laws and policies to reduce environmental impacts and produce a green economy. These policies cover a range of areas from energy and climate change to water, waste management, and air pollution.
China has implemented a variety of measures to promote sustainable development, including investing in renewable energy, increasing energy efficiency, and reducing pollution. Now, I'll ask my fellow colleague, Shubham.
Thank you, Devanand. So far, you have heard by colleague what China has done and where it stands in development of renewable energies. Now, if you look at what China has done to reduce the pollution in the country, China has implemented a number of measures to reduce air, water, and soil pollution. These include emission standards for vehicles and factories, investing in clean energy sources, and encouraging the use of electric vehicles. In addition to this, China has implemented a number of policies to reduce plastic waste, such as banning the single-use plastic and investing in recycling infrastructures. These efforts have helped to reduce pollution and improve the country's overall environmental health. China's commitment towards sustainable development is an example for other countries to follow, and the nation's efforts are likely to continue in years to come. Now, while we are working towards sustainable development, the nation should not overlook the importance of the balance between the economic, social, and environmental aspect of development in a sustainable way. It seeks to create a balance between the three aspects, allowing for the greatest benefit to be achieved for both environment and the people. Now, if you look at economic development in China focuses on creating a competitive and dynamic economy, promoting the innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, the social development in China focuses on the well-being of its citizens, including access to healthcare, education, and the employment opportunities. It seeks to create an inclusive society where all citizens have equal rights and access to resources. Environmental development in China focuses on preserving the environment while promoting sustainable development. It seeks to reduce pollution and protect natural resources while also promoting green energy and renewable resources. China will stay committed to the path of peaceful development and always be a builder of world peace. China will stay committed in path of reform and always be a contributor to global development. As an ancient Chinese poem reads, green hills immerse in the same cloud and rain, the same moonlight serves towns however far away. Let us join hands, stand on the right side of the history and the side of the progress, and work tirelessly for the lasting and peaceful development of the world and for building a community with a shared future for mankind. Thank you.
Very good. So, any erudite volunteers from the house, from the first bench, would want to moderate and this matters with the countries out here. You're most welcome if anybody would like to join me or this entire group of countries here, G20, in giving them some more motivation with your presence here. Yes, China, if it was very powerful, as an economy, it's increasing or something very strong, and your voice does matter, right? In this committee of not only 20 nations to represent that 200 countries in the world. And it was very nice that probably you please come. Thank you. And you rightly linked, you started with this poverty. No poverty is very important as the key goal. And linked with no poverty, obviously, is zero hunger. Then to attain zero hunger, you talked about economic security, which is very, very important. And relating to economic security, obviously, what is that thing which comes is the clean energy thing, because energy becomes a casualty, that with the pollution thing, because with the development, there is again impact, mostly adverse impact on the environment. So you really weaved very important points across all those dimensions of social, economic, and environment. So very nice, good. So now we have France, and if we can just get France, is Nicola, I think you are there. you should be now waiting to hear Ritika Shah and Kuheli Mondal. Yeah, over to you.
Good evening, everyone. This is Kuheli Mondal. I am Ritika Shah, and we are representing France and its sustainable fashion goals. Sustainability ratings. Sustainability ratings try to assess a company's economic environmental, and social values and performance. France ranks fourth worldwide in Global Sustainability Index. French fashion brands listen to conscious consumers and make consistent efforts to offer alternative options using natural, organic, or recycled materials. France has become a better fashion powerhouse and has even passed a legalization banning companies from destroying unsold clothes and electronics. The treatment of labor working under the fashion brands are one of the most important factors of sustainability, and this includes post-labor worker safety, right to join a union, proper payments. Now I would like to talk about policies of France. The AGC law, anti-waste for a circular economy, was passed on February 10, 2020 and was published on April 29, 2022 to combat waste and encourage a circular economy. In 2019, France became the first nation in the world to adopt a policy to fight disposal of unsold clothes. On November 2022 to 2023, the French government has defined new rules and expectations for eco-organizations with EPR in the clothing, linen, and footwear TLC sector. France's ambition is to eliminate greenhouse gas emission on national soil by 2050. To talk about top three fashion brands which practices sustainability and ethical treatment of animals.
Thank you, Kohli. So the top three sustainable fashion brands of France are Opal, Veja, and sustainable practice and ethical treatment of animals. For example, an American brand Nike has stopped using Kamaru scale for its 2023. And again, Stella McCartney, the British fashion designer, is known for her fur and leather-free apparel. Ranger, cashmere, and ethically sourced organic cotton, sustainable packaging, and also uses 100% polyamide free fashion. Secondly, as France is known for its fashion and also for its fashion sourced in season, which consume tons of money, our goal is to reduce them to fulfill the United Nations low poverty sustainable goal for by 7,000. Now, I would like to give a special regard to the Secretary of State of the Minister researched the country from 2017 to 2020 for the ecological and the inclusive transition. Brune Poisson, declared as the unofficial Minister of Fashion of France, bringing drastic changes in the fashion industry regarding sustainability. Thank you, everyone.
I think Team France, Ritika Shaha, and Ureli Mondol made some interesting comments on bringing green policies on board, and I think
and offering plenty of courses. The higher education system is well known for high standards and it enjoys a good reputation. It's well organized and designed to be highly accessible to all students, allowing them to continue studying up to the university level, regardless of the family. All the states aim to policy includes national education evaluation 2018. It continues for raising and one skill is being taught with clear qualifications and development process. All students are attend primary and secondary education up until they complete a 9-year full-time schooling at gymnasium or 10 years of full-time for other general education schools. Parents' financial background. The students from migrant families and lower class are provided with less facilities and are not taken care, because of which their career options are affected, especially students from Iraq, Kurds, and Turkey. Students must be taught from their childhood about the awareness of racism, inequality, and they should be more sensitive and respectful to all the other cultures around the world. Pay attention to the voices of people who experience racism every day. Listen to friends, neighbors, classmates, and community leaders. To bring a change, we need to focus on our mindset, raise awareness, face challenges, educate ourselves about the struggle for civil rights or even the current struggle. Schools and universities should be safe places for children and young people of all races and ethnicities. Find out whether your school or university has a policy on non-discrimination and racism, safe ways to report incidents, support services, and programs or initiatives to promote tolerance, diversity, and inclusion. If not, work with other students and school or university management to start a discussion and identify ways in which your place of learning can become a safer and more empowering environment for all students. It is important that the stories and experiences of people who face racism and discrimination are told. At the same time, we understand this can be very difficult and painful. If it feels safe and empowering, tell your story and share your experiences, as your story can inspire others and help them to overcome their trauma. Lastly, our policy defines that all students must be treated equally and there should be no racism on any grounds. This policy will bring a global change and encourage other countries to implement inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. SDG 4. Very good. So they basically focus on SDG 4, quality education. You want to have something?
I think some interesting points came about on the furtherance of education and how to make the immigration process more friendly so that the cause of education is taken forward. Now I have the host country, that is Team India, Shagota Chatterjee and Ayush Rai, and they are the first time we at India are hosting. Some round of applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ayush Rai with my colleague Swada Chaudhary, and today we are going to talk about the general healthcare of India. India's healthcare sector is among the country's biggest in terms of revenue and employment, growing at a compound annual growth rate (CAGR) of 22% since 2016. The sector employs 4.7 million people directly. According to the latest NIT Ayog report, the structure of India's healthcare system is multifaceted, consisting of various types of providers practicing in different systems of medicine, facilities, and within federal structure. Quality of healthcare has improved in India. For more than a decade, India has experienced record-breaking economic growth that has been accompanied by significant reductions in poverty. Coming to public-private partnership, such a partnership is seen as a step towards strengthening public health system and as a measure towards facilitating and building the capacity of the state. Medical tourism. India in recent years has emerged as a major hub for medical tourism and now is considered among the top 6 medical value travel destinations in the world. Hence, as some of the Indian hospitals are recently upgraded, foreigners are favoring Indian healthcare more compared to past years. Usage of technology. India is also emerging as a global hub for the manufacture of medical devices. Newest technologies like AI and robotics are also improving accuracy and early diagnosis. And now I would like to request my colleague to further continue with the policies.
Currently, the Indian government provides the following policies. The National Digital Health Mission was launched on 15th August 2020. The mission aims to create an integrated healthcare system linking practitioners with patients digitally by giving them access to real-time health records. Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana aims to provide health insurance coverage to the BPL category and their family comprises of no payment for the treatment costs up to 30,000 rupees per family per year. Ayushman Bharat Yojana introduced in 2018 aims to cover over 10 crore poor and vulnerable families with approximately 50 crore beneficiaries. It provides up to 5 lakh rupees per family per year for both secondary and tertiary hospitalization. In order to address lack of medical coverage in rural areas, the national government launched the National Rural Health Mission in 2005. The Indian government's Making India initiative is encouraging domestic manufacture of medical devices, helping lower the prices patients pay for products which in the past were imported. Now, these are some challenges that healthcare of India is currently facing. Rising cost of healthcare, lack of awareness, and manpower prices makes it difficult to serve the large population. The government of India has introduced a number of policies over the years in an attempt to provide excellent healthcare to the whole population, but unfortunately, only a handful of people are aware of it. Therefore, initiation of health education programs regarding topics like family planning, preventive healthcare, ensuring proper implementation of policies, and so forth can help to overcome our challenges. The Indian health sector is in the path of an exciting new era, powered by technologies that will give us opportunity to improve patient treatment outcomes, but not without its challenges. It needs to be backed by the right infrastructure and a wider talent pool to bring the promise of quality, accessible, and affordable healthcare beyond cities to the Indian heartlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Please proceed India. And today, India focused on FPD3, that was health. So now I think over the same we have Indonesia.
From Team Indonesia, we have Om Gupta and Deparjo Pal.
Before you begin, Indonesia, audience, how is it going so far? Great. So, just to break the ice a little bit more. So, Indonesia, my question to both of you is: have you been to Indonesia before? No, sir. How about you? Have you been to Indonesia?
No, sir, I haven't. But we have our research work done in a great way, so I hope.
If given an opportunity, which is at one place in Indonesia, you would want to visit.
I would definitely like to visit Bali because my friends have been there and I haven't.
Yeah, please. Over to you. What do you wish your partner, sir?
Once again, just make the key highlights first and then move over to the discussions.
Good evening, everyone. I am Om Gupta, my co-representative Himalayan, and we are here to talk about one of the most important topics in the field of media and environment, being importance of using sustainable jets. It films to spread awareness. In 2020, there were about 2,000 Indonesian films, and it has seen a lot of sudden rise lately, with it hitting 4,000 in 2023. And an average film produces about 350 tons of waste. The use of plywood in making of sets is humongous and leads to a lot of deforestation due to the wood not being used in fields. And most importantly, the use of diesel generators directly pollutes the environment and uses a lot of diesel to run the equipment. Also, the amount of plastic bottles used and thrown away in sets by the film crew, including the actors, directors, and other technical departments, is often neglected, even though they contribute to a large amount of plastic waste. Not only this, Jakarta is currently witnessing a very major issue with its landfills reaching its limit by the year 2024. This comes up with the issue that new places in Indonesia have seen open dumping in multiple parts. I would like to ask Debaria to continue about the policies behind the problem.
Well, thank you. Let me just start off by saying, tonight I'm not just a speaker, but tonight I am a poet, as I embrace that profession. But as I stand here, in my hands, I take my country's decision. Films give us an escape from reality, but reality hits back when we witness fatality. In Indonesia, the production facility caters to the industry's needs. But when it comes to giving back to the earth, we bite the steel hand of wood, foam, fat, plastic are the skeletons of a movie set. But has the world not realized that using them too much means setting up our own dead bed? We use green screens now to create an illusion and show green valleys and mountains. Hence, we don't harm the environment itself and let the work and the world go in its own pace. Our masters at work here have been adopting practices like reducing waste and promoting recycling. We try hard every day to not harm this world and yet keep your eyes on the screen sparkling. Our movie industries might not have a rapid progress about waste production, but we keep taking new steps every day to save ourselves from the green corruption. Thus, we propose this policy today. If everybody agrees here, pledge to take a stand, to not let an inch of this effort go waste and make it work for our homeland. We propose to use energy resources. We propose to use green transportation. We propose to use materials which we can use again and again. And we propose to use digital distribution. Ban posters and banners, make them go online, because there is absolutely nothing there that we cannot find. When it comes to sustainability, we have a long way to walk so that we achieve it someday, and about this, our future generations will talk. Thank you so much.
I think a very powerful speech indeed. A very powerful speech indeed, promoting the tourism interests of the country. We move on to I think the last team in this round is Team Italy, represented by Pritisha Haldar and Ankit Datta.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, present in the C20 Summit 2020. My name is Ankit Datta, and this is my colleague Pritisha Haldar. And today, we are going to address about the sustainable infrastructure and design in Italy to provide a protected and safe environment for our future generation. We already have few existing policies regarding the sustainability of resources required for environment-friendly infrastructure, such as eco-friendly construction and engineering, renewable energy and turbines, gas and oil pipelines. In 2020, Italy was the first country to make education on climate change compulsory. But the schools struggled to implement it due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The share of renewables in gross primary energy consumption is targeted to increase by 30% by 2020, with emphasis on wind and solar power. We are doing an excellent job in waste management as we generate only 43.2% of waste per billion euros, which is far less than the European Union's average of 89.1%. It is good for the climate and perfect to slim down the production process.
By the end of 2026, we are planning to implement two new supportive policies for the sustainable infrastructure and design an eco-friendly society. As everyone present here already knows that we have suffered a lot during the COVID-19 pandemic since 2020. And also we are having a distinguishable declining population density from 2005, especially after losing a massive number of communities in 2020 has affected our economy and the loss of manpower, which is very much required for the maintenance and for balancing the stability of those applied sustainable policies as well as the genetic diversity. Thus, to tackle this situation, we have to increase the birth rates as well as the rate of immigration in our country by overcoming the immigration rate, the cultural and communication barriers. And our second policy is regarding the supply of renewable energy resources like solar panels, geothermal and hydropower resources at a cheap cost so that the majority of constructors and builders can afford it easily and the use of these resources increases at a vast rate, thus overcomes the high maintenance cost of these resources. Also, other infrastructures are critical to achieving climate and energy targets at the national and international level, like some factors such as preserving the environment and natural resources, along with the maintenance of social and economic equality. Thank you.
It was nice to hear some interesting points from Team Italy. I think we are through with the first round of the G20 summit. A full round of applause for the first round effort. Can I now invite the members from the phase 2 of the second round of the G20 summit?
While listening to taking seat, let me share with you my personal view. See, I was not expecting this kind of a discussion, this kind of a talk hearing from the students. I'm sure that if the parents are present here, and if you have witnessed your children here, you must be proud, right? And I'm telling you, they were too good. Each one of them were too good, and they have really extracted the nectar out of this ocean of data and information, and they have been very, very specific and highlighted truly their country's challenges. We are expecting the same thing from this round as well. The only request that please limit yourself to maybe 2 to 3 minutes so that we can hear each one of you, the countries, and be very specific to your agenda points. And G20 is not only about this SDG to sustainable development goals, it's also about serious politics. So are we not interested in politics, my students? You know, how many of you are interested in politics? Economics? No. So no politics, no economics. How will you survive in this world? Well, we want to hear from you. Over to you, Professor Sen. We can have this, and this can be a bit more rapid kind of a mode.
So with this, I will now request and invite Team Japan, represented by Manmeet Singh and Obata Saqib. 1 second before we go on to the second round, just make your key highlights first and then followed up by your brief explanations.
Hello and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the esteemed leaders of the G20 Summit. My name is Manmeet Singh, and with me I have Obata Saqib. Today we are representing our country, Japan, and talking about its innovation in the field of technology for sustainable development. The Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology is leading the way in monitoring the ocean's absorption of human-generated carbon and is collaborating with startups and local governments to commercialize its scientific research to develop innovative solutions. In addition, Japan has declared its goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050 and has established a 2 trillion yen fund to support R&D projects, demonstrations, and social implementation projects. This includes the cultivation of euglena, a type of microalgae which can produce biofuel suitable for powering aircraft in the future. Japan's efforts have the potential to make the country self-sufficient in jet fuel and help solve global energy and environmental issues. Now I will request my partner to proceed further.
Before you request him, just one interesting point. You made this bow. It was a deliberate Japanese bow you wanted, or it just because of the mic and your height adjustment? You were in a kind of a Japanese bow mode, huh?
Actually, sir, it's a combination also because in Japanese, when we like go, we say this word "arigato gozaimasu." So in that way, we are just going to do the speech also.
Very good, huh? I was not wrong before.
Thank you. Thanks, Manmeet. Japan has developed three innovative technologies that have the potential to significantly impact sustainable agriculture, drug discovery, and space exploration. Digital farming technology utilizes IoT and artificial intelligence to optimize agricultural productivity. Even in areas with limited access to water, the Peptide Discovery System platform allows for the creation of millions of different kind of non-standard peptide in a short time, significantly shortening the drug development process and lowering drug prices. Infostellar, a cloud-based system platform that connects ground station antenna around the world to enable more frequent and accessible data transmission with satellites, offering great possibilities for growth in space-related technologies and enrichment of daily lives. These technologies are inexpensive, highly efficient, and have the potential to make a significant change in not only Japan but other parts of Asia and the world. Now, Japan proposes a policy summit in the G20 to encourage global collaboration among scientists to use pluripotent stem cell with the help of AI and ML for regenerative treatment. The policy aims to revolutionize the medical industry sustainably and makes regenerative treatment accessible to all patients regardless of their location or condition. To achieve these conservation efforts for stem cells globally, especially in countries like India and China, which with large population should be considered. The policy aims to encourage the widespread cultivation of iPSC-based regenerative treatment and makes standardized treatment for various disorders, starting with corneal disease. This policy will be a step towards a future where every patient can benefit from regenerative treatment. This policy will not only change Japan, but will change the entire world. And if all G20 countries come together, the goal which would take 100 years to achieve can be achieved in just 25 to
And today we are going to speak about sustainable fine dining in Mexico. Throughout many years, sustainability and luxury were considered opposites, and green practices would not have room for a fine dining future. Sustainability is a concept that has gained more and more strength in different sectors of the society, and fine dining is no exception. Knowing the process, the ingredients of your Mexico food, buying food from responsible and certified suppliers, taking into account the seasonality of for the creation of certain recipes or the use of certain products is the way in which many restaurants are applying sustainable practice in their kitchen. Mexico City is a home to a host of eco-friendly eaters. With edible grasshoppers and ants in the food and no-sugar eateries galore, Mexico City
and prepare for the unusually delicious. The menu changes daily according to what's fresh at local markets, so you are in for both surprise and a treat on your every visit. Now I'm going to hand over the mic to my partner to continue with the policies of Mexico for sustainable fine dining.
Thank you so much, Ananya. Now, I would like to highlight some policies followed by the top 10 restaurants of Mexico. Number one, restaurants develop rainwater harvesting systems to promote the topic of sustainability. They also set a system to optimize the consumption of energy and to compose the organic waste and raise a bed for pollinators. Eco-friendly construction made from compact adobe, which are dried mud bricks, which can filter rainwater and uses solar panels. Luxury and sustainability may seem contradictory, especially due to a massive and fast growth of the luxury industry globally and its link to overconsumption. Apart from sustainable menus, the restaurants can embrace strategies respecting the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle, and 2 E's: efficiency and energy. While some restaurants implemented practices to be more sustainable, fine dining restaurants face specific tension between their positioning and more sustainable management strategies. However, some authors argue that as far as the original principle of luxury is concerned, luxury is actually aligned with sustainability. Once luxury is linked with protecting what is rare, high quality production, long activities, handcraftsmanship, and respect for the final product, its origin and tradition, with respect to this, green foods can be promoted in a strategic way by searching for innovative dishes to make healthy foods tastier, yet cheaper to attract customers, leading them to choose green food over luxury items and yet enjoying a fantastic fine dining experience. In conclusion, I propose to answer the following research question. How can restaurants become more sustainable while offering a fine dining experience? These days, the general public more aware and better informed, resulting in being able to easily identify many publicity modes. Therefore, it is of utmost importance that managers, owners, and chefs of luxury restaurants carefully draw strategy to implement green approaches, acknowledging how they can take competitive advantage from those and even elevate the luxury status. Gracias.
We have next from Team Russia, Sanchoita Majumdar and Paramita Mukherjee.
Before you begin, because you all said that you're not interested in politics, but let me tell you this T20, Russia will be a major point of political discussion. You know why? Okay. So yeah, it's because it's political or food security. Yeah, that is also much needed given the situation right now.
You can get started.
Peace cannot be kept by force. It can be only achieved by understanding. This is a quite famous statement of Albert Einstein that denotes the importance of peace. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Paramita Mukherjee, and here is my colleague Sanchoita Majumdar. And today, our topic of discussion is food security of Russia. World's largest country, Russia, is a transcontinental country spanning the Eastern Europe to the Northern Asia. Based on the 1996 World Food Summit, food security is defined as when all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. The 3 components of food security are availability, accessibility, and affordability. The COVID-19 pandemic and Russia-Ukraine war affected massively on the population of Russia as well as their lifestyle and food habits. Russia is the largest source of mineral fertilizers. Food supply to all over Russia and export and import have been collapsed due to the supply shock coupled with the record price levels for energy and basic commodities.
Hence, some vital changes in food policy was taken by the Russian government, and one of them is food additive regulation. Control of regulation of food additives are defined in SAN PIN, which established requirements for food additives to ensure product safety. Some list of foodstuffs that have more stringent regulations for food additives, phosphotetrazole may require or prohibit based on safety testing of fields. Another food policy is mycotoxin regulation in industrial food products. Aflatoxin limits have been established for several cereal products like rice, oats, barley, liquid rice extracts like wine, and grape juice. Now, I would like to request my colleague to continue the discussion. Thank you, Paramita. I would like to move forward on the discussion of food policies of Russia, which is controllable usage of pesticides and other contaminants. Russia enforces its own permissible content levels for pesticides like DDT and its other metabolites and other contaminants like antibiotic bezotrexin and the radionuclide strontium in domestic and imported products, including SAN PIN, along with the benzopyrene in smoked meat products. Another food policy is food leveling requirements, primary legislation for general requirements for consumer information regarding foodstuffs incorporates Codex Alimentarius International Food Packaging Standards. It covers all special requirements for nutrition leveling and seeks to incorporate international standards to prevent trade barrier from arising. Therefore, I have noticed there are some gaps in the existing food policies of Russia, and to fulfill those gaps, I would like to implement my own policies. During the period of economic transition, nutritional habit changed from high intake protein food to excess consumption of unsaturated fats and sugar on one side, and insufficient intake of fruit and vegetable on the other. Obesity and hypertension is the main food-related problems in Russia. I, being the delegate of Russia, policy that a proper chart of nutritive value of every industrial food product must be written on it, where especially the lipid content must be under control to avoid the risk factor of hypercholesterolemia and other health problems. Another food-related problems in Russia is inadequate access of food by the minority of the population. Low income, small households, and the urban residency with no garden plot are considered to be Russia's most food insecure groups. A core team from government must provide the daily necessities, including food, clothing, and medicines to the minor groups to strengthen the food policy and the social protection of Russia. Thank you.
Food prices and the constraints created by the use of pesticides in the land and some major take it forward. I would like to now invite Team Saudi Arabia, represented by Rama Parveen and Shumi Kara.
Please again request that keep your stick to your points. No discussion. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening all. Esteemed Secretary General, honorable fellow delegates and distinguished guests, I, Rahat Parveen, along with Shomi Dhara from the delegation of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, are ecstatic to be a part of such an important event among the presence of all the global leaders. And we are here to talk about climate change and its natural resources, the effects of climate change on Saudi Arabia's economy, and policies to prevent those changes. Climate change is a long-term shift in the temperature and weather of the Earth's atmosphere, occurring naturally or due to man activities, which includes global warming, rising sea levels, unpredictable weathers, and melting of glaciers. Just like any other place on Earth, it simultaneously has had an adverse effect on Saudi Arabia as well.
Just interruption. I think please request that if you just be a little silent, please, in the back. I hope that probably You guys will be requiring some tea. You can go out, please, if you want. Okay, thank you.
Our country has always been known for being a hot and dry nation, but the steady increase in temperature is now to say the least. The high temperature recorded in Saudi Arabia is 52 degrees Celsius in Syria and 200. Saudi Arabia will see an 88% increase in the frequency of agricultural activity. Heat waves will last more than 4,200 for 2% longer, and the combination of sea level rise, coastal erosion, and geoscial will cause chaos for Saudi Arabia's economy. This will result in the loss of around 12.2% of GDP by 2050. The faster Saudi Arabia adopts low carbon policies, the less the climate impact will come and more manageable will become. It is a well-known fact that Saudi Arabia's economy is my delegates show me to take over the mic. Thank you, Rahul. Therefore, to fight climate change and its consequences, Saudi Arabia has in the past several campaigns in the past, like net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2060, joining more than 100 countries in a global effort to fight and climate. But it's also Saudi Arabia will plant 450 rehabilitate huge spots of degraded lands by 2030, using 2 million tons of carbon emissions and attempting to turn the landlocked city of Riyadh into a more sustainable capital and many others. In order to combat climatic changes, we have come up with a new policy that is CCS technology, that is carbon capture and storage technology, to treat industrial released carbon dioxide and transport it into underground pipelines that are stored deep in geological formations. These technologies has gained significant momentum in recent years and is expected to play a vital role in meeting global climate targets. Leading organizations like IRENA and PINA have come up with long-term energy lookouts that rely on rapid expansions of CCS technology in order to limit global temperature rise by 1.5 degrees Celsius. In conclusion, the effects of climate change on natural resources are evident, and it is imperative for countries to take actions and combat it. Saudi Arabia recognizes the importance of preserving its natural resources and has taken steps to address it by joining global efforts to curb greenhouse gas emissions and implementing various sustainability initiatives. The proposed carbon capture and storage technology is a promising solution to mitigate the negative impact of industrial activities on the environment. We urge other nations to work together in finding innovative solutions to tackle the challenges of the climate change and protect our future generations on our planet's natural resources. In the end, I'd like to thank all for being such a wonderful audience and patiently hearing our approach. Shukran.
Thank you, Team Saudi Arabia. Can I now invite Team South Africa, represented by the members Devadika Bagchi and Saubhagya Kamal.
Good evening, everyone. This is Devadika Bagchi and my colleague Saubhagya. We are about to talk about Afrofuturism in movies and how they affect marginalized communities and like South Africa. As we gather here today, I want to talk to you about the power of Afrofuturism in movies to sensitize people to issues affecting these marginalized communities and countries. In recent years, we have seen a surge of movies that incorporate Afrofuturistic elements, from Black Panther to See You Yesterday and these movies use futuristic technology, alternative histories, and imaginative storytelling to challenge dominant narratives about race and identity, while also promoting a more inclusive and equitable vision of the future. Through the use of Afrofuturism, these films provide a powerful framework for understanding the ways in which racism and inequality are perpetuated through cultural and media representations. By presenting Black people as complex and multifaceted characters with agency and power, these movies challenge negative stereotypes and promote a more positive and empowering vision of Black identity and culture. Moreover, this movie sensitizes audiences to live experiences of marginalized communities, including police brutality, racial profiling, and cultural appropriation. By presenting the issues in a way that is accessible and engaging, these films encourage greater empathy and understanding towards those who have been historically marginalized by the other people or oppressed. Through the Afrofuturism, this movie also provide a platform for Black actors, writers, filmmakers, and etc. to tell their own stories and challenges of the dominant narratives of race and identity. By centering perspectives of marginalized communities, these movies help to promote greater diversity and representation in the film industry and the global market, while also inspiring and empowering Black audiences around the world. In conclusion, I urge you to continue supporting Afrofuturistic movies and filmmakers who use their art to promote greater empathy, understanding, and inclusion in our society. By doing so, we can walk towards an equitable and just future where all people are valued and celebrated for their unique identities and contributions. Now, I would like my friend Subhash our chair to continue with the policies.
So, as we all know, that South Africa used to be a colonized country before 1910. So, there is a prominent scope of racial discrimination in our country, and we have European Africans as well as
Can you just draw the mic a little bit closer? Make yourself audible.
uh, so, as we know, that South Africa used to be a colonized country before 1910. So, there is a prominent scope for racial discrimination in our country, as our country contains of European Africans as well as Native Africans. So, I would like to propose a policy through which every education system, whether it is a college or a school or any other education system, will promote racial peace and will teach the students about the results and effects of racial violence. I think it will help them to create a better future, as we all know that it is easier to educate a younger mind than a matured one. And I think other countries who are surviving through the similar process will implement this policy in their country too. Thank you for the audience to be patient and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Team South Africa. I think the speakers who are representing their country are doing a wonderful job of bringing together the issues, the challenges they are facing. Can we have some round of applause? I now invite Team South Korea, represented by Devopriya Saha and Arpita Mitra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Devopriya Shah.
Again, a request to all of you that have a concise. Maybe you can just make the key highlights and leave the matter.
We are representing South Korea, and our topic of discussion is reducing cyber attack in South Korea. So, first of all, what is cyber attack? Basically, a cyber attack is an exploitation of computer system and network. It uses malicious code to alter computer's code and leads to cyber crimes. To put it simply, it is an attempt to gain unauthorized access to a computer or its system. Now, we have so many incidents in South Korea that really shook the backbone of the country. If we start counting, it will easily cross 500 or more. First of all, in July 2021, a large-scale data from NATE, one of the largest search engines of South Korea, and Cyborg, which is South Korea's largest social networking site. Another incident is the spies of South Korea said North Korea had tried to hack into the email accounts of railway workers. Now, my colleague Urpita will speak about the effects and some new policies.
Thank you. The wave of this cyber attack is creating a hazardous effect. Every part of the world is affected. Mainly, the economy and the social media are the main victims of the hunting of this attack. It can cause us losing money. Besides this, we are also suffering from electrical blackouts and breaches of national security secrets. The loss of trust and reputation can have a long-lasting effect on any organizations and individuals. In South Korea, we already have some policies to reduce cyber attack. Firstly, no one shall collect another person's information or induce someone to furnish data through a communication network by fraud. Secondly, a person who has utilized someone's information or provided it to a third person who is beyond the scope of notification shall be punished by imprisonment with prison labor for not more than 5 years. But in between all of this dilemma, in this year 2023, we are launching some new policies. First of all, in every operating system, if we use same password and ID for many websites, then there will be a software that will suggest us to change it. Because we all know that repeating same password is too much easy for the hackers to crack. Secondly, no company should save users' details. Just for example, while visiting in web pages at the time of login, Google always provides us an option to save. But we have to stop it because if those companies faces any data breaches, then the user's details will be unsafe. Cyber attack is a critical issue that affects individuals, companies, and even nations. But lastly, I think that these new ideas will help not only South Korea but also the whole world. Kamsahamnida.
Okay, thank you, South Korea, for highlighting one of the key risks facing the global economy, that is cyber security. I would now like to invite Team Turkey, represented by Koel Sinha and Sai Prakash Mehta.
Good evening, everyone present here. This is Koel Sinha, and this is my co-speaker, Sai Prakash. We thank the Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates for giving us this opportunity to speak about the climate in our country, Turkey, and its changes. Impacts of climate change have been felt in Turkey as well as the whole world. Turkey is situated between the subtropical and the temperate zones or the Mediterranean basin. This region is expected to be the most affected by climate changes. Turkey, being conscious of the fact that climate change is a multidimensional and complex challenge which poses serious environmental and socio-economic consequences, nowadays has started to handle the climate changes by executing certain policies, such as Mediterranean Forest Integrated Management Project for the forestry sector, Ardahan Kars Artwind Development Project for the agricultural sector, and project for increasing energy efficiency in buildings to minimize greenhouse emissions, and several others. Regulations have an important role to play when it comes to combating climate changes. Laws that enforce the provisions regarding the reduction of harmful emissions and adaptation to the impact of climate changes are as follows. Laws related to energy. Within the scope of this sector, we analyze the law of use of renewable energy resources for the production of electric energy and the laws related to fossil fuels, laws on geothermal sources and natural mineral waters. Its purpose is to regulate the principles and procedure to effective exploration and uses of gases of geothermal origin. Now, my co-speaker is going to tell us about the problems Turkey is facing due to the drastic climate changes and the new implementations which can be done for the betterment of Turkey and the world as a whole.
The problems faced by Turkey due to its continuous climate changes. Water scarcity, which is the major problem as it will also lead to greater food scarcity. Drought is the biggest risk. Turkey has registered its highest temperature since 1961. Drought also risks mosquito-borne diseases. The wildfires were the worst in the history of Turkey as it killed several people. The climate changes is having significant impact on Turkey's economy, particularly in sectors that are dependent on natural resources. Agriculture. Turkey is a major producer of crops like wheat, barley, and cotton. Climate changes is affecting the availability of water for irrigation. The rise in temperature and change in rainfall pattern are affecting the crop yields. Tourism. Turkey is a popular tourist destination for its beaches and historical sites. The climate changes are affecting the availability and quality of water resources, and the change in weather can also lead to heat waves and floods. And it can disrupt the tourism activities. Turkey is heavily dependent on fossil fuels for energy, as climate change is affecting the availability of water resources for power generation. And this is leading to high energy costs. Some of the implementations which can be done for the betterment of climate in Turkey by increasing the use of renewable energy resources. Turkey can use its solar and wind energy due to its location and climate. It can reduce dependence on fossil fuels and also lowers greenhouse emissions. Mainly by educating people and by running education and awareness campaigns to make people understand the impact of climate changes and ask them to obtain sustainable lifestyle. The less we do to address climate change now, the more regulations we'll have in future. Thank you.
Well done, Team Turkey. Would now invite Team United Kingdom, represented by Amitesh Mitra and Ayush Chaudhary.
Good evening to my countrymen and the family members of global community. I, Amitesh Mitra, and my colleague Ayush Chaudhary is representing United Kingdom regarding child and women healthcare policies. United Kingdom Children Health Policies. Protecting children through immunization. Immunization is the most important way of protecting babies and children from some illnesses, including those that have suddenly become a bigger threat. For example, in 2012, there was the biggest outbreak of whooping cough for a decade, so we launched a temporary immunization program to make sure our babies were protected. Improving chances for children with vulnerable mothers. By supporting vulnerable mothers, we can increase child chances of developing healthily, make it less likely that a child will experience abuse and neglect. We are doubling the number of places our family nurse partnership. The partnership gives young first-time mothers a family nurse who can help them to prepare parenthood and support them until their child is 2 years of age. New policies can be included for the betterment of the children's health. We should reach people and identify the poverty levels and identify the mental state of the parents, which should not affect their children in the home. We know the increases of child poverty problems with housing increases proportion children were homeless and they're living in temporary housings. The highest proportion of the children are young people and the insecure household in United Kingdom. All of this have a huge impact. Unhealthy living and in unhealthy societies, if we can reach them and able to address, we can provide a much more healthy life for the children in our country. Now, I would like to request my colleague to continue.
Thank you, Amitesh. Healthcare policies for women in UK. While women in UK on average live longer than men, women spend a significantly greater proportion of their lives and inherit disability while compared with men.
And while making up 51% of the population, historically the healthcare system has been designed by men to men. Policies that are included this year, banning virginity test and hymenoplasty in UK throughout the Healthcare Act 2022. Virginity testing and hymenoplasty are forms of violence against women and girls. Such practices will not be tolerated in UK. Abolishing the tampon tax, removing that from women's sanitary products, and rolling out free sanitary products in schools, colleges, and hospitals. Improving access to services, ensuring women can access services that meet their reproductive health needs across their lives, and prioritizing services for women's conditions such as endometriosis, ensuring conditions that affect both men and women, such as autism or dementia, considering women's needs by default and being clear on how conditions that may affect men and women differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you should focus on NHS and you see a lot of reforms will happen in UK. So when all of you write your final report, so include that. See your NHS if you want to see some gap data, if you find some gap or some gap analysis, you can put that as a recommendation for humanity. The NHS will give you some points.
The second last team country for today's summit is represented by Salva and Hunter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kushi Hunter with my fellow delegate, Salva, and today we'll discuss the incredible world of superhero movies and how superhero movies can help resolve. As we all know, superhero movies have become recently popular with blockbuster titles such as The Avengers and Justice League capturing the attention of audience worldwide. These superhero movies are a big show and a spectacular event in the sense that they represent the shared mythical landscape we all dreamed of in our childhood. While these movies are known for their action-packed scenes, flashy special effects, and larger-than-life characters, it's important to recognize the portrayal of environmental and social issues within them. Take for example, the recent hit movie Black Panther. It tackled issues of race, identity, and social justice in an entertaining way. And let's not forget about environmental issues. In Avengers Infinity War, we see Hamilton seeking to destroy half of all life in the universe to for conservation and resource depletion. Superhero movies have taken over pop culture and they have the potential to raise environmental and social issues worldwide. So I will request Tomodip Sadhukan to outline 3 action plans for using these movies to bring about environmental and social issues in the real world.
Thank you, Khushi. Our first proposal is to develop a mindful movie making program. As part of this program, firstly, there should be the consistency in the level of believability in depicting the events as long as they align with the diagnosis of the film. Secondly, the narrative should be more concrete, so the film stimulates the physical, emotional, and intellectual levels of the audience and to compel them to think about it. And that's how the cinematic experience stays with them even after they are done with their popcorn and cold drinks. Secondly, superhero movies could be used to encourage social inclusion. We suggest a social inclusion initiative asking studios to include superheroes who come from an underrepresented community or ethnicity. Introducing characters from diverse backgrounds with unique perspectives and experience will provide the opportunity for social norms to change in real life. By empowering underrepresented groups, we can promote tolerance and reduce harmful biases. Lastly, we recommend a green code. As we are talking about the environmental problems in the film, so the filmmaking process itself should be sustainable. This can be achieved by promoting the use of renewable energy sources, such as solar and wind, to power the sets and green roofs. Implement sustainability policies on movie sets, including the use of eco-friendly materials, recycling, waste reduction, and conservation measures. By promoting environmental sustainability, we can encourage citizens to make better eco-friendly choices and help decrease greenhouse emissions. In conclusion, movies are a critical tool for educating us about the world around us. They can be used to inspire and mobilize people towards action. With my three action plans, these films will have the power to inspire, educate, and challenge us to the better people. And who knows, maybe we will be even inspired to put on a cape and fight for justice ourselves. Thank you.
Good work. I think you have said the land of Hollywood using movies to their advantage. We have the last team for the day, Team Sweden, represented by Kankana Basumatari and Aheli Patro.
Sweden is technically not included in G20, but then as we began discussing that we have EU, European Union. So Sweden is representing EU. For attention.
Good evening to one and all present with us in this auspicious evening. Today, I, Kankana Basmadari, and my colleague Aheli Patra are really grateful to share this stage representing Sweden, the country of picturesque lakes and abundant forests. Today, we are here to address about the issue of sustainable tourism the world has been facing. Let me first acknowledge you with the concept of sustainable tourism. It is a concept of tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and the host community. Sweden is a Nordic country located in Northern Europe, bordering Norway in the west and Finland to the east. With a population of approximately 10 million people, it is the largest country in Scandinavia and is known for its stunning natural beauty, progressive policies, and of Sweden is its commitment to social welfare and progressive policies. The Swedish government provides a range of services and benefits to its citizens, including free healthcare, education, and parental leave. The country is also known for its high level of gender equality, environmental awareness, with many policies aimed at reducing carbon emission and providing sustainable development. Sweden is a country that is committed to sustainable tourism, practices a concept of tour, and there are many eco-friendly destinations and activities that travelers can enjoy. There are many sustainable tourism programs.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you invite your colleague, please, now?
Now, I would like my friend Aheli to come over and continue with her part. Sweden has introduced a number of policies to improve and establish sustainable tourism for the benefit of all along with the protection of the environment. Like the Swedish Environmental Code, then comes the Swedish Ecotourism Society. Moreover, a policy that I think will be great to implement it and will be help Sweden grow more is preservation of cultures of the host community. This policy will avail socio-cultural sustainability to the nation by enhancing and portraying the traditions and cultures like folk music, rituals of worship, cuisine, clothing, etc. The government can also improve the visitors to involve themselves in the local festivals and cherish the moments with local people. According to the records produced, Sweden is one of the world's leading countries in sustainable tourism. Furthermore, Sweden's commitment to sustainable tourism is exemplary. Its efforts to protect the environment, support local community, and promote responsible tourism is recommendable. We would like to conclude with that. For rest of the world, we would like to conclude with the statement that by promoting sustainable tourism practices, Sweden is setting an example for the rest of the world to follow. And we are sure that if everyone plays their individual role in this initiative, then the world will be surely evolve to a better place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good. Yeah, so good. Thank you, each one of you. Thank you. You can be seated here. I think your other countries are also joining you for a good photograph quickly. Lessons and the important moral of today's deliberation was two things that let us make the life on land, life in water better, right? And we have so many ways. If we think right, we can do right. It's time to act, and we have to act now. Reason why we have to have policies. Policies and instruments are very, very important. But we need to learn to play an instrument, right? You give me an instrument, it can be a great instrument, but if I'm unable to play the instrument right, so it won't be of any use. So while policies are good, we need to walk the talk. As teachers and educators and also as participants, you that education, my dear students, we all have to, that is what, in the inclusive sense of the term, we have to take up these challenges. Then only we can all plan for a better world. Thank each one of you, Professor Sen. I think how was this discussion going on?
On behalf of the G20 chair, let me thank all the members, all the participants for taking up this painstaking research in analyzing their country, their issues, their challenges, and would like to appreciate the leadership they have shown in highlighting their country, in including the relationship with the global power. Thank you, all the team members. Thank you. And once you thank again CLC for hosting this event.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to say that this exercise of mock G20 summit was scripted, prepared, and arranged by our first year student from all portals. Can we have a round of applause for the young speakers, please? And it would be apt to laud their effort with the distribution of a token of appreciation. Can we have all the teams, please? Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India. Can we have a round of applause for India, please? Then we have Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, United Kingdom, United States of America, and Sweden. You can do better than that. Let us now, sir, let us now pose for a group photograph, please. Can we have team CLC on the stage, please?
Congratulations, dear students and audience. Please give them a good hand. As you have noticed, this is easy to be talking about the important aspects of any particular country without research. So not missing their classes, and they have been just finished their CAT exam at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they are here to be part of this. So it really talks volumes about the efforts which have gone into coming up here, right? And hold your breath now for the much awaited program. I see parents waiting to view the Pygmalion play. So please put your hands together for all the participants.
A sculptor who would find nothing good in women resolves to live out his life unmarried. However, he carves a statue out of ivory that was so beautiful and so perfect that he falls in love with his own creation. A sublime comedy of cross-class mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the classic play by George Bernard Shaw, Pygmalion, staged by our LSHM students.
the classic play Pygmalion by George Bernard Shaw. Pygmalion is a timeless masterpiece that tells the story of Henry Higgins, a renowned politics expert who makes a bet that he can transform a poor, cockney crawl girl, Eliza Doolittle, into a sophisticated lady with impeccable manners and perfect diction. The play is a witty and insightful commentary on the social class system and its style to entertain and provoke thought. Our talented cast and crew have worked tirelessly to bring this play to life, and we are thrilled to give you it tonight. We invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy a wonderful time experiencing the magic of technology.
Total time at 11:50 p.m. Towards a heavy summer rain, campuses moving frantically in all directions. Pedestrians running for shelter into the market and under the corridor of St. Paul's Church, where there are already several people. Among them, a lady and her daughter in evening dress. They are all peering out gloomily at the rain, except one man with his back turned to the rest, who seems wholly preoccupied with a notebook in which he is writing busy.
We must have a cat. We can't stand here until 11:30.
If Frankie had a bit of gumption, he would have got one at the kitchen door.
Fred rushes out of the lane from the Southampton street side and comes between them, closing a dripping umbrella.
He's a young man of 20 in evening dress, very wet around the ankles.
Well, have you got a cab?
There's not one to be had for love or money.
It's so tiresome.
I tell you, they are all envious. The rain was so sudden, nobody was prepared, and everybody had to take a cab.
Did you try Trafalgar Square?
There wasn't one at Trafalgar Square.
Did you try?
I tried as far as Charing Cross Station. Did you expect me to walk to Hammersmith?
You haven't tried at all. You really are very helpless. Ready? Go again. And don't come back until you have found a cab.
I said simply get soaked for nothing.
And what about us? Are we to stay here all night in this truck? With next to nothing on? You selfish pig?
Oh, very well. I'll go.
He opens his umbrella and dashes off Frankfurt, but comes in collision with a flower girl.
Now then, Freddy, look where you're going, dear.
Sorry.
This is for you. Your back to the boilers thrown into the mud.
She sits down on the plinth of the boiler, sorting her plants on the lady's right. She's not at all an attractive person. She's perhaps 18, perhaps 20, hardly older. She wears a little silver hat of black straw that has been exposed to the dust and soot of London, and has seldom, if ever, been brushed. Her hair needs washing rather badly. Its mousy color can hardly be natural. She wears a shoddy black coat that reaches nearly to her knees and is shaped to her waist. She has a brown skirt with a coarse apron. Her boots are much the worse for wear. She's no doubt as clean as she can afford to be, but compared to the ladies, she is very dirty. Her features are no worse than theirs, but their condition leaves something to be desired.
And my son's name is Freddy. Freddy? Oh, he's your son, is he? Well, if you don't deal with bumps as mother should, you'd know better to spoil the poor girl's flowers than run over with that kind. Will you pay me for them?
An elderly gentleman of the amiable military type rushes into shelter and closes a dripping umbrella. He is in the same patch as Freddy, very wet around the ankles. He is in evening dress with a light overcoat. He takes the face left vacant by the daughter's retirement.
Oh, sir, is there any sign of it stopping?
I'm afraid. It started worse than ever about 2 minutes ago.
If it's worse, it's a sign it's nearly over. So cheer up, Captain, and buy a flower for poor girl.
I'm sorry. I haven't any change.
I can give you change, Captain.
For a sovereign? Nothing less.
Gone. Oh, do buy a flower of me, Captain. I can change for a crown. Take this for tuppence.
Now, don't be troublesome. There's a good girl. I really haven't any change. Sure. It's 3 halfpence. If that's any use to you.
Thank you, sir.
You, be careful. Give him a flower for it. There's a bloke here behind taking down every blessed word you're saying.
I've done nothing wrong by speaking to the gentleman. I have a right to sell flowers if I give out the girl. I'm a respectable girl, so help me. I never spoke to him except to ask him to buy a flower of me.
General Howe, mostly sympathetic to the flower girl. A deputy produces a sensibility.
Right, so don't stand hollering. Who's hurting you?
Nobody's paying attention.
Carry on. Where's the good of fussing?
Come from the elderly state executives, who pats her comforting. Let's say she wants, bid her shut ahead, or ask her roughly what is wrong with her. A remote uncle, not knowing what the matter is, crowding and increase the noise of question and answer.
What the who? What she did? Where is it? I'm just taking it down. Yes. Him over there. You got one gentleman.
The flower girl, just short and left, makes
Oh, sir, don't let him charge me. You don't know what it means to me. They'll take away my character and drive me on the streets for speaking to gentlemen.
There. Who's hurting you, silly girl? What are you taking for? It's all right. He's a gentleman. Look at his boots. She thought he was a purpose nut, sir. A son of bone.
I take my Bible oath. I never said a word.
Oh, shut up. You look like a policeman.
Then what did you take down my words for? How do I know whether you took me down right? You just show me what you have brought about me.
the note taker opens his book and pulls it steadily under her lips. Though the pressure of the mob trying to read it over his shoulders would upset a weaker man.
What's that? That improper writing. I can't read that.
I can. Should have Captain and take off flower of a poor girl.
It's because they called him Captain. I meant no harm because they called him Captain. Oh, sir, don't let him lay a charge against me for a word like that. You...
Charge? I make no charge. Really, sir, if you're a detective, you need not begin protecting me against molestation by young women until I ask. Anybody could see that the government no harm.
Yeah, in fact, he's a blooming busybody. That's what he is. I tell you, look at his boots.
And how are all your people down at ClC?
Told you, my people come from something.
Never mind, they did. How do you come to be up so far east? You were born in Listen Grove.
Oh, what's on the ceremony in Listen Grove? It wasn't fit for a fit to live in, and I had to pay 4 and 6 a week. Oh, no!
You're very right, but stop the noise.
Come. He can't touch you. It's your right to live where you please.
I'm a good girl. I am.
I would like to go into housing questions with you. I approve. Do you know where I come from?
Teachers, popular interest in a non-teacher's performance increases.
Well, who said I didn't? Blimey, you know everything you do.
Ain't no got to meddle with me. He ain't.
Of course he ain't. Don't you stand it from him? See here, what all have to know about people, but never offered to meddle with you. Where's your wallet?
Yes, let's have a wallet.
Let him say what he likes. I don't want to have no truck with him.
You take your dirt under your feet, don't you? Can't you take liberties with a gentleman? Tell him where we come from if you want to go to fortune telling.
Cheltenham, Harrow, Cambridge, and India?
Quite right. Yes, sir. You do this for a living at music hall.
I've thought of that. Perhaps I shall someday.
He's no gentleman. He ain't to interfere with a poor girl.
I don't know whether you have noticed it, but rain stopped about 2 minutes ago.
All the rest have gone, except the note-taker, the gentleman, and the flower girl, who sits arranging her basket and still beating herself in murmurs.
Poor girl. Hard enough for her to live without being worried and shivered.
How do you do it, if I may ask?
Simply phonetics, the science of speech. That's my profession, also my hobby. Happy is the man who can make a living by his hobby. You can spot an Irishman or a Yorkshireman by his brogue.
But is there a living?
Oh yes, quite a fat one. This is an age of upstarts, men living in Kentish Town with 80 pounds a year and in Parkland with 100,000.
Not to be ashamed of himself, unmanly coward. Let him mind his own business and live a poor
woman, seize this detestable boo-hoo instantly or seek the shelter of some other place of worship.
I have a right to be here if I like, same as you.
A woman who utters such depressing and disgusting sounds has the right to be anywhere, no right to live. Remember that you're a human being with a soul and the divine gift of articulate speech. That your native language is the language of Shakespeare and Milton and the Bible. And don't sit here crooning like a biller's pigeon. Heavens, what a sound! Ow!
Gone.
You see this creature with a curbstone English, an English that will keep her in the gutter to the end of her days. Well, sir, in 3 months I could pass that girl off as the Duchess and an ambassador's gone. I could even get her a place as lady's maid or shop assistant, which requires better English.
Here, what's that to say?
Yes, you squashed cabbage leaf. You disgrace to the holy architecture of this column, to incarnate insult of the English language. I can pass you off as the Queen of Sheba.
You don't believe that, do you, Captain?
Anything's possible. I am myself a student of Indian dialects and...
Are you? Do you know Colonel Pickering, the author of Spoken Sanskrit?
I am Colonel Pickering. Who are you?
Henry Higgins, author of Higgins's Universal Alphabet.
I came from India to meet you.
I was going to India to meet you.
Where do you live?
27A Wimpole Street. Come and see me tomorrow.
I'm at the Carlton. Come with me now and let's have a joe with some supper.
Buy a flower, kind gentleman. I'm short for my lodging.
I really haven't any change. I'm sorry.
Liar! You said you would change half a crown.
You want to be stuffed with nails? You what? Take the whole blooming basket for 6 pence.
A reminder.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
Hello, where are the two ladies that were here?
You walked to the bus in the bridge stopped.
And left me with a cab on my hands? Damnation!
Those 17 months that the past girl off as the Duchess of an industrious garden. I could even get her a play this meeting's made of supposition.
Victory is seated at the table, putting down some cards and a tuning fork which he has been using. Hades is standing up near him, closing 2 or 3 file drawers which are hanging out. He appears in the morning light as a robust, vital, appetizing sort of man of 40 or thereabouts, dressed in a professional-looking black frock with a white linen collar and a black silk tie. He's of the energetic, scientific type, hearty, even violently interested in everything that can be studied as a scientific subject, and careless about himself and other people, including their feelings. He is, in fact, but for his years and size, rather like an impetuous baby, taking notice eagerly and loudly, and requiring almost as much watching to keep him out of unintended mischief. His manner varies from genuine bullying when he is in a good humor to stormy petulance when anything goes wrong. But he's so entirely frank and void of malice that he remains likable even in his least reasonable moments.
Well, I think that's the whole show.
It's really amazing. I haven't taken half of it in, you know.
Would you like to go over any of it again?
No, thank you, not now. I'm quite done for this morning.
A young woman wants to see you, sir.
A young woman? What does she want?
Well, sir, she says you'll be glad to see her when you know what she's come about. She's quite a common girl, sir. Very common indeed. I should have sent her away, only I thought perhaps you wanted her to talk into your machines. I hope I've done nothing wrong. But really, you see such queer people sometimes. You'll excuse me. I'm sure, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Pierce. Has she an interesting accent?
Oh, something dreadful, sir. Really, I don't know how you can take an interest in it.
Let's have her up. Show her up, Mrs. Pierce.
Very well, sir. It's for you to say.
This is rather a bit of luck. I'll show you how I make records. We'll set her talking and I'll take it down first in Bell's visible speech, then in broad-roaming, and then we'll get her on the phonograph so that you can turn her on as often as you like with a written transcript in front of you.
This is the young woman, sir.
Why, this is the girl I jotted down last night. She's no use. I've got all the records I want of the Listen Grove lingo. And I'm not going to waste another cylinder on it. Be off with you, I don't want you.
Oh, don't you be so saucy. You ain't heard what he come for yet. Did you tell him I come in a taxi?
Nonsense, girl. What do you think a gentleman like Mr. Higgins gets what you came in?
Oh, we're proud. He ain't above giving lessons, not him. I heard him say so. Well, I ain't come here to ask for any compliments, and if my money's not good enough, I can go elsewhere.
Good enough for what?
Enough for you. Now you know, don't you? I've come to have lessons, I am, and to pay for them too. Make no mistake.
Well, what do you expect me to say to you?
Well, if he was a gentleman, he might ask me to sit down, I think. Don't I tell him I'm running your business?
Pickering, shall we ask this baggage to sit down or shall we throw it out of the window?
I won't be called a baggage when I'm offered to pay like any lady.
What is it you want, my girl?
I want to be a lady in a flower shop instead of standing at the corner of Tottenham Coach Road. But they won't take me unless I can talk more gentle. He said he could teach me. Well, here I am, ready to pay him, not asking any favor, and treats me as if I was dirt.
How can you be such a foolish, ignorant girl as to think that you can afford to pay Mr. Higgins?
Why shouldn't I? I know what lessons cost as well as you do, and I'm ready to pay.
How much?
Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Sit down.
Oh, if you're going to make a compliment of it.
Sit down.
Sit down, girl. Do as you do.
Won't you sit down?
Don't mind if I do.
What's your name?
Liza Doolittle.
Liza, Elizabeth, Betsy, and Bess. They went to the woods to get a bird's nest.
They found the nest with 4 eggs in it.
They took one apiece and left 3 in it.
Oh, don't be silly. You mustn't speak to the gentleman like that. Well, why not he speak sensible to me?
Okay, come back to business. How much do you propose to pay me for the lessons?
Oh, I know what's right. A lady friend of mine gets French lessons for 18 pence an hour from a real French gentleman. I would give more than a shilling. Take it or leave it.
You know, Pickering, if you consider a shilling, not as a simple shilling, but as a percentage of this girl's income, it works out as fully equivalent to 60 or 70 guineas from a millionaire.
How so?
Figure it out. A millionaire has about £150 a day. She earns about half a crown.
Who told you I only?
She offers me 2/5 of a day's income for a lesson. 2/5 of a millionaire's income for a day would be somewhere about £60. It's handsome. By George, it's enormous. It's the biggest offer I ever had.
£60? What are you talking about? I never offered you £60. Where would I get?
Hold your tongue.
But I ain't got £60. Oh.
Don't cry, you silly girl. Sit down. Nobody's going to touch your money.
Somebody is going to touch you with a broomstick if you don't stop sniveling. Sit down.
Ow. One would think you was my father.
If I decide to teach you, I'll be worse than 2 fathers to you. Here.
What's this for?
To wipe your eyes. To wipe any part of your face that feels moist. Remember, that's your handkerchief and that's your sleeve. Don't mistake the one for the other if you wish to become a lady in a shop.
It's no use talking to her like that, Mr. Higgins. She doesn't understand you. Besides, you're quite wrong. She doesn't do it that way at all.
Higgins, I'm interested. What about the ambassador's garden party? I see you're the greatest teacher alive to make that good. I'll bet you all the expenses of the experiment. You can't do it. And I'll pay for the lessons.
Oh, you're real good. Thank you, Captain.
It's almost irresistible. She's so deliciously low, so horribly dirty.
I am dirty. I washed my face and hands before I come. I did.
What is life but a series of inspired follies? The difficulty is to find them to do. Never lose a chance, it doesn't come every day. I shall make a duchess of this draggle-tailed gutter span. Yes, in 6 months. In 3, she has a good year and a quick tongue. I'll take her anywhere and pass her off as anything. We'll start today. Now, this moment. Take her away and clean her, Mrs. Pierce. Monkey brand if it won't come up any other way. Is there a good fire in the kitchen?
Yes, but
take all your clothes off and burn. Bring a Whitley or somebody for the new ones. Just wrap her in brown paper till they come.
You're no gentleman. You're not to talk of such things. I'm a good girl, I am. And I know what the life of you are. I do.
We want none of your listen, grow truth here, young woman. You've got to learn to behave like a duchess. Take her away, Mrs. Pierce. If she gives you any trouble, one of them.
No, I'll call the police. I will.
There are no things to put her.
Put her in the dustbin.
Oh, Tom Higgins, be reasonable.
So you can't take a girl out like that as if you were picking up a pebble on the beach.
Why not?
Why not? But you don't know anything about her. What about her parents? She may be married.
Garn.
There's the girl very properly says. Garn.
Who's married me?
By George Eliza. The streets will be strewn with the bodies of men shooting themselves for your sake before I have done it.
Nonsense, sir. You mustn't talk like that to her.
I'm going away. His office chum. His. I don't want no barmaid teaching me.
You're an ungrateful, wicked girl. This is my return for offering you to take you out of the gutter and dress you beautifully and make a lady of you.
Stop, Mr. Higgins. I won't allow it. It's you that are wicked. Go home to your parents, girl, and tell them to take better care of you.
I ain't got no parents. They told me I was big enough to earn my own living and sold me out.
Very well then. What on earth is all this fuss about? The girl doesn't belong to anybody. It's no use to anybody but me. You can adopt her, Mrs. Pierce. I'm sure a daughter would be a great amusement to you. Now don't make any more fuss. Take her downstairs and...
But what's to become of her? Is she to be paid or anything? To be sensible, sir.
Oh, pay her whatever is necessary. Put it down in the housekeeping book. What on earth will she want with money? She'll have her food and her clothes. She'll only drink if you give her money.
Oh, you're a brute. It's a lie. Nobody ever saw the sign of liquor on me.
Does it occur to you, Higgins, that the girl has some feelings? Oh, no, I don't think so. Not any feelings that we need to bother about. Have you realized that?
I got my feelings, same as anyone else.
You see the difficulty?
Eddie, what difficulty?
To get her to talk grammar. The mere pronunciation is easy enough.
I don't want to talk grammar. I want to talk like a lady.
Will you please keep to the point, Mr. Higgins? I want to know on what terms the girl is to be here.
What's to become of her if I leave her in the gutter? Tell me that, Mrs. Pierce.
That's your own business, not yours, Mr. Higgins.
Well, when I'm done with her, we can throw her back into the gutter and then it will be her own business again, so that's all right.
Oh, you have no feelings, have you? You don't care for nothing but yourself.
There. That's all you get out of Elias. Ow. No use explaining. As a military man, you ought to know that. Give her orders. That's all what she wants. Eliza, you are to live here for the next 6 months, learning how to speak beautifully, like a lady in a florist shop. If you are good and do whatever you are told, you shall sleep in a proper bedroom and have lots to eat, and money to buy chocolates and take ride in taxis. If you are naughty and idle, you will sleep in the back kitchen among the black beetles and be walloped by Mrs. Pierce with a broomstick. At the end of 6 months, you shall go to Buckingham Palace in a carriage, beautifully dressed. If the king finds out you're not a lady, you will be taken by the police to the Tower of London, where your head will be cut off as a warning to their presumptuous flowers. If you are not found out, you shall have a present of 7 and 6 pence to start life with as a lady in a shop. If you refuse this offer, you will be a most ungrateful and wicked girl, and the angels will weep for you. Now are you satisfied, Pickering? Can I put it more plainly and fairly, Mrs. Pierce?
I think you'd better let me speak to the girl properly in private.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you, Mrs. Pierce. Wander up to the bathroom.
You are a great bully. You are. I will stay here if I don't like. I won't let nobody will off me. I never asked to go to Buckingham Palace. I didn't. I was never in trouble with the police. Not me. I'm a good girl.
Don't answer back, girl. Come with me.
Well, what I say is right. I won't go near the king, not if I'm going to have my head cut off. If I'd known what I was letting myself in for, I wouldn't have come here. I've always been a good girl, and I never offered to say a word to him. I don't owe him nothing, and I don't care. And I'm only put upon, and I have my feelings the same as anyone else.
Excuse the strange question, Higgins. Are you a man of good character when women are concerned? Have you ever met a man of good character when women are concerned? Yes, very frequently. Well, I haven't. And so here I am, a confirmed old bachelor, and I'm likely to remain so.
Come, Higgins. You know what I mean. If I'm to be in this business, I shall be responsible for a girl.
What, that thing? Sacred, I assure you. You see, she'll be a pupil, and teaching would be impossible unless pupils were sacred. Now listen, Eliza. How kind of you to let me come.
How kind of you to let me come.
No, kind of you. It's just like a cup of tea. Kind of you, cup of tea. Kind of you, cup of tea.
A cup of tea.
No, a cup of tea. It's awfully good cake. I wonder where Mrs. Pierce gets it.
First rate. These strawberry tarts are delicious.
Now try it again. A cup of tea. A cup of tea.
A cup of tea.
Oh, no. Can't you hear the difference? Put your tongue forward until it squeezes against the top of your lower teeth. Now say cup.
Cup. Cup.
Now say off.
Off.
Now say cup, 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 off, 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 off. Cup, 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 off, 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 off. Cup, 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 off, 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 off.
Yum, 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 yum. By George, that was a glorious tea. Higgins, finish the strawberry tart. I couldn't eat another thing. Don't waste it.
Oh, you aren't going to waste. I know someone who's immensely fond of tarts. Okay, Eliza. Now let's try something else. Put these marbles in your mouth. 1, 2, 3 marbles. There we are. Now I want you to read this and enunciate each word just as if the marbles were not in your mouth. The blackest moss, the flower pots were thickly crusted, one and all. Each word clear as a ball.
But blackest moss, the flower pots, I can't.
I say, Higgins, aren't pebbles necessary?
If they were necessary for Demosthenes, they're necessary for Eliza Doolittle. Go on, Eliza.
With blackest moss, the flower pots were thickly crusted, one and all.
I cannot understand a word. Not a word.
With blackest marks to flower pots, but simply crusted one and all. Rusted nails and fallen knots that held the pair to the cable wall.
I say, Higgins, perhaps the word is a little difficult for a girl. Why don't you... Pickering, I can't hear a word the girl is saying. What's the matter? Why did you stop?
I swallowed one.
Oh, don't worry. Drop them. And now repeat after me. The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
Oh, for God's sake, Higgins, be reasonable. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm always reasonable. Eliza, if I can go on with a blistering headache, you can too.
I have a headache too.
Here. I know you're tired. I know your headaches. I know your nerves are as raw as meat in a butcher's window. But think what you're trying to accomplish. Just think what you're dealing with. The majesty and grandeur of the English language, it's the greatest possession we have. The noblest sentiments that ever flowed in the hearts of men are contained in the extraordinary, imaginative and musical mixtures of sounds. And that's what you have set yourself to conquer, Eliza. And conquer it you will. Now try it again.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
What was that?
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
Again?
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
She's got it. I think she's got it.
The rain in Spain stays mainly in the plain.
By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it. Once again, where is the rain?
On the plain, on the plain.
And where's that song today?
It's Spain, it's Spain.
The rain is raining in the plain. The rain is raining in the plain. In Hartford, Bedford, and Hampshire.
The park is hardly counted. How kind of you to let me come once again.
Where's the rain?
On the plain, on the plain.
And where's the blushing rain?
It's Spain, it's Spain.
The rain is raining in the plain. The rain is
It is Mrs. Stevens's at home day. Nobody has yet arrived. Her drawing has three windows looking on the river, and the ceiling is not so lofty as it would be in an older house of the same pretension. The windows are open, giving access to a balcony with flowers and walks. If you stand with your face to the windows, you have the fireplace on your left and the door in the right-hand wall, close to the corner nearest the windows. Henry, what are you doing here today? It is my actual day. You promised not to come.
I know, Mother. I came on purpose.
But you mustn't. I'm serious, Henry. You offend all my friends. You stop coming whenever they meet you.
Nonsense. I know I have no small talk, but people don't mind.
Oh, don't they? Small talk indeed. What about your large talk? Really, dear, you mustn't stay.
I have a job for it. A phonetic job.
No use, dear. I'm sorry, but I can't get round your vowels, and though I like to get pretty postcards in your petting shorthand, I always have to read the copies in ordinary writing you so thoughtfully send me.
Well, this isn't a phonetic job.
You said it was.
Not your part of it. I picked up a girl.
Does that mean that some girl has picked you up?
Oh, not at all. I don't mean a love affair.
What a pity.
Why?
Well, you never fall in love with anyone under 45. When will you discover that there are some rather nice-looking young women about?
Oh, I can't be bothered with a young woman. My idea of a lovable woman is something like as you as possible. I shall never get into the way of seriously liking young women. Some habits lie too deep to be changed. Besides, there are idiots.
Do you know what you would do if you really loved me, Henry?
Oh, bother, what? Marry, I suppose.
No. Stop fidgeting and take your hands out of your pockets. That's a good boy. Now tell me about the girl.
She's coming to see you.
I don't remember asking her.
You didn't. I asked. If you'd known her, you wouldn't have asked her.
Indeed. Why?
Well, it's like this. She is a common flower. I picked her off the curbstone.
and invited her to my at-home.
Oh, that will be all right. I've taught her to speak properly, and she has strict orders as to her behavior. She's to keep to two subjects, the weather and everybody's health. Fine day and how do you do, and not to let herself go in things in general. That will be safe.
Safe to talk about our health, about our insights, perhaps about our outsides. How we succeed.
Just talk about something. Oh, she'll be all right. Don't you fuss. Everything is maybe a sort of a bench. The contract in 6 months. I started her some months ago and she's getting on like a house on fire. I should win my bet. She has a great year and she's been easier to teach than my middle class students because she has had to learn a completely new language. She talks English almost as you talk French.
Satisfactory at all events.
Well, it is and it isn't.
What does that mean?
You see, I've got a pronunciation all right, but you have to consider not only how a girl pronounces, but what she pronounces. And that's where...
Colonel Pickering.
How do you do, Mrs. Kent?
So glad you have come.
Small talk. To do somebody in means to kill them.
You surely don't believe that your aunt was killed?
Do I not? Then she lived when would have killed her for a hat pin, let alone a hat.
But it can't have been right for your father to put spirits down her throat like that. It might have killed her.
Not her. Jane was mother's milk to her. Besides, he poured so much down his own throat that he knew the good of it.
Do you mean that he drank?
Drank? My word, something chronic.
How dreadful for you.
Not a bit. It never did him no harm, what I could see. But then he did not keep it up regular. On the burst, as you might say, from time to time. And always more agreeable when he had a drop in. When he was out of work, my mother used to give him 4 pence and tell him to go out and not come back until the trunk himself cheerful and loving like.
There's lots of women has to make their husbands strong to make them fit to live with. You see, it's like this. If a man has a bit of a conscience, it always takes him when he's sober, and then it makes him low-spirited. A drop of booze just takes that off and makes him happy.
The new small talk. You do it softly well.
Have I said anything I oughtn't?
Not at all, Miss Little.
Well, that's a mercy, anyhow. What I always say is, well, I must go. So pleased to have met you. Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Colonel Pickering.
Goodbye, Miss Little.
Goodbye, all.
Well, is Eliza presentable?
You silly boy, of course she's not presentable. She's a triumph of your art and of a dressmaker's. But if you suppose for a moment that she doesn't give herself away in every sentence she utters, you must be perfectly cracked about her.
But don't you think something might be done? I mean, something to eliminate the sanguinary element from a conversation.
Not as long as she's in Henry's hands.
Do you mean that my language is improper?
No, dearest, it would be quite proper, say on a camel barge, but it would not be proper for her at a garden party.
Well, I must say,
come, Higgins, you must learn to know yourself. I haven't heard such language as yours since we used to review the volunteers in Hyde Park 20 years ago.
Oh, well, if you say so. I suppose I don't always talk like a bishop.
Colonel Pickering, will you tell me what is the exact state of things in Wimpole Street?
Well, I've come to live there with Henry. We got together at my Indian dialects and we think it more convenient.
Okay, so I know all about that. It's an excellent arrangement. But where does this girl live?
With us, of course. Where would she live?
But on what terms? Is she a servant? If not, what is she?
I think I know what you mean, Mrs. Higgins.
Well, dash me if I do. I had to work at the girl every day for months to get her to her present pitch. Besides, she's useful. She knows where my things are and remembers my appointments and so forth.
And how does the housekeeper get on with her?
Mrs. Pierce? Oh, she's jolly glad to get so much taken off her hands. For before Eliza came, she had to find things and remind me of my appointments. Say, you think, doesn't she take? I'm worn out thinking about her and watching her lips and her teeth and her tongue, not to mention her soul, which is the quaintest of the lot.
You certainly are a pretty pair of babies playing with a live doll.
Playing? The hardest job I ever tackled, make no mistake about that, mother. You have no idea how frightfully interesting it is to take a human being and change her into a different human being by creating a new speech for her. It's filling up the deepest gulf that separates class from class and soul from soul.
Yes, it's enormously interesting, I assure you, Mrs. Higgins. We take Eliza very seriously. Every week, every day almost, there's some new change. We keep records of every stage. Dozens of gramophone discs and photographs.
Yes, by George, it's the most absorbing experiment I ever tackled. She regularly fills up our lives, doesn't she, Kate?
No, he's talking Eliza.
Teaching Eliza?
Dressing Eliza.
What? Inventing new Eliza.
I beg your pardon.
Be quiet, Henry. Colonel Pickering, don't you realize that when Eliza walked into Wimpole Street, something walked in with her? A problem.
Oh, I see. The problem of how to pass her off as a lady.
I'll solve that problem. I've half solved it already.
No, you two infinitely stupid male creatures. The problem of what is to be done with her afterwards.
I don't see anything in that. She can go on her own way with all the advantages I've given her.
The advantages of that poor woman who was here just now, the manners and habits that disqualify a fine lady from earning her own living without her giving a fine lady's income. Is that what you mean?
Oh, that'll be all right, Mrs. Higgins.
We'll find her some light employment.
She's happy enough. Don't you worry about her. Goodbye.
Anyhow, there's no good bothering now. The thing's done. Goodbye, mother.
There are plenty of openings. We'll do what's right. Goodbye.
Mrs. Higgins rises with an impatient bounce and returns to her work at the writing table. She sweeps a little of disarranged papers out of her way, snatches a sheet of paper from her stationery case, and tries resolutely to write. At the third line, she gets it up, flings down her paper, grips the table angrily, and exclaims, "Oh, men, men, men."
We're having a short break of 2 minutes. We'll be back with a full paragraph. So stay tuned with us. Thank you.
The Wimple Street laboratory, midnight. Nobody in the room. The clock on the mantelpiece strikes 12. The fire is on the light. It is calm. Presently, things and speak dogs on stairs.
I thought you were not again. Didn't look. Wonder where the devil slippers are.
Eliza looks at him darkly, then leaves the room. He takes the outside and finishes his song. Peter returns with the contents of the letter in his hand. Eliza returns to the dark accidents. She leaves the silver carpet with forgiveness and sits as before without a word.
No, what a name. What a fool. Let's say tomfoolery. Oh, there.
Well, I feel a bit tired. It's been a long day. The garden party. You want back then? The trick and something to say.
Thank God it's over.
Eliza takes full notice of her, and she recovers herself and sits stonily as before.
No, it's the strain of putting the job through all these months that has told on me. It was interesting enough at first, writing back the phonetics, but after that I got deadly sick of it. If I hadn't backed myself to do it, I should have chucked the whole thing up 2 months ago. It was a silly notion. The whole thing has been a bore.
Oh, come. The garden party was frightfully exciting. My heart began beating like anything.
Yes, for the first 3 minutes. But when I saw we were going to win, hands down, I felt like a bear in a cage, hanging about doing nothing. The dinner was worse. Sitting gorging there for an hour with nobody but a damned fool of a fashionable woman to talk to. I tell you, Pickering, never again for me. No more artificial duchesses. The whole thing has been simply purgatory.
You've never been broken in properly to the social routine. I rather enjoy dipping into it occasionally myself. It makes me feel young again. Anyhow, it was a great success, an immense success. I was quite frightened once or twice because Eliza was doing it so well. You see, lots of the real people can't do it at all. They're such fools that they think style comes by nature to the people in their position. And so they never learn. There's always something professional about doing a thing superlatively well.
Yes, that's what drives me mad. The silly people don't know their own silly business. However, it's over and done with, and now I can go to bed at last, betting tomorrow.
I think I shall tell in too. So, it's been a great occasion, a triumph for you. Good night.
Good night. Put out the lights, Eliza, and tell Mrs. Pierce not to make coffee for me in the morning. I'll take tea.
Eliza tries to control herself and feel indifferent as she rises and walks across to the hall to switch off the lights. By the time she gets there, she's on the point of screaming. She sits down in Higgins's chair and holds her heart to the arms. Finally, she gives up and flings herself furiously on the floor, raging.
What the devil have I done with my slippers?
There, your slippers are there! Take your slippers and may you never have a day's luck with them!
What on earth? What's the matter? Get up. Anything wrong?
Nothing wrong with you. I've won your bet for you, haven't I? That's enough for you. I don't matter, I suppose.
You won my bet, you presumptuous insect. I won it. What did you throw those slippers at me for?
Because I wanted to smash your face. I'd like to kill you, you selfish brute. Why didn't you leave me where you picked me out of? In the gutter? You thank God it's all over, and that now you can throw me back again there, do you?
Ah, the creature is nervous after all.
Ah!
Claws in you, cat.
think it made any difference now.
To bed and have a good night's rest, and then get up and look at yourself in the glass, and you won't feel so cheap. I dare say my mother could find some chap or other who would do very well.
We were about that at the corner of Tottenham Court Road.
What do you mean?
I sold flowers. I didn't sell myself. You have made a lady of me and I'm not fit to sell anything else. I wish you'd left me where you found me.
Gosh, Eliza, don't you insult human relations by dragging all this cant about buying and selling into it. You need marry a fellow if you don't like him.
What else am I supposed to do?
Lots of things. What about your old idea of a florist shop? Pickering could set you up in one. Is lots of money. He'll have to pay for all the stocks you have been wearing today. And that, with the hire of the jewelry, will make a big hole in £200. Why, 6 months ago, you would have thought it the millennium to have a flower shop of your own. Come, you'll be all right. I must straight off to bed and devilish sleepy. By the way, I came down for something. I forget what it was.
Your slippers.
Oh, yes. You shied them at me.
Before you go, sir.
Eh?
Do my clothes belong to me or to Colonel Pickering?
What the devil use would there be to Colonel Pickering?
He might want them for the next girl you pick up to experiment on.
Is that the way you feel about us?
I don't want to hear anything more about that. All I want to know is whether anything belongs to me. My own clothes were burned.
But what does it matter? Why need you start bothering about that in the middle of the night?
I want to know what I may take away with me. I don't want to be accused of stealing.
Stealing? You shouldn't have said that, Eliza. That shows a want of feeling.
I'm sorry. I'm only a common ignorant girl. And in my station, I have to be careful. There can't be any feelings between the like of you and the like of me. Please, will you tell me what belongs to me and what doesn't?
You will take the whole damn house full if you like. Except the jewels, they're hard.
This ring isn't the jeweler's. It's the one you bought me in Brighton. I don't want it now. Don't you hit me.
Hit you? You infamous creature, how dare you accuse me of such a thing? It is you who have hit me. You wounded me to the heart.
I'm glad. I've got a little of my own back, anyhow.
You have caused me to lose my temper. A thing that has hardly ever happened to me before. I prefer to say nothing more tonight. I'm going to bed.
You'd better leave a note from Mrs. Pierce about the coffee, for she won't be told by me.
Damn Mrs. Pierce, and damn the coffee, and damn you, and damn my own folly in having my regard and intimacy on a heartless courtesy.
Eliza smiles for the first time, expresses her feelings by a wild pantomime, in which an imitation of Hades' exit is confused with her own triumph, and finally goes down on her knees on the hearthrug to look for the ring. Mrs. Higgins's drawing room. She's at her writing table as before.
Mr. Henry, ma'am, is downstairs with Colonel Pickering. They are using the telephone, ma'am. Telephoning to the police, I think.
What?
Mr. Henry is in a state, ma'am. I thought I would better tell you.
If you had told me that Mr. Henry was not in a state, it would have been more surprising. Tell them to come up when they are finished to the police.
I suppose she's lost something. Go upstairs and tell Miss Doolittle that Mr. Henry and the Colonel are here. Ask her not to come down till I send for her.
Yes, ma'am. Higgins bursts in. He is, as the Parliament has said, in a seat.
Look here, mother. Here's a confounded thing.
Yes, dear, good morning. What is it?
Eliza's bolted.
You must have frightened her.
Frightened her? Nonsense. I can't find anything. I don't know what appointments I've got him. What does that ass of an inspector say? Have you offered a reward?
You don't mean to say you have set the police after Eliza?
Of course. What are the police for? What else could we do?
The inspector made a lot of difficulties. I really think he suspected us of some improper purpose.
Well, of course they did. What right have you to go to the police and give the girl's name as if she were a thief or a lost umbrella or something? Really?
But we want to find her.
We can't let it go like this, Miss Higgins. What were we to do?
You have no more sense, either of you, than two children. Ask Miss Doolittle to come down, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Henry, be good.
I am behaving myself perfectly.
He is doing his best, Mrs. Higgins.
I taught it to you and it doesn't take me in. Get up and come home and don't be a fool.
Very nicely put, indeed, Henry. No woman could resist such an invitation.
You let her alone, mother. Let her speak for herself. I haven't put into her head, or a word that I haven't put into her mouth. I tell you, I have created this thing out of squashed cabbage leaves of Covent Garden. And now she pretends to play the fine lady with me.
Yes, dear, but you will sit down, won't you?
Will you drop in altogether now that the experiment is over, Colonel Pickering?
No, oh, don't. You mustn't think of it as an experiment. It shocks me somehow.
Oh, I'm only a squashed cabbage leaf.
No.
But I owe so much to you that I should be very unhappy if you forgot me.
It's very kind of you to say so, Miss Doolittle.
It's not because you paid for my dresses. I know you're generous to everybody with money. But it was from you that I learned really nice manners. And that is what makes one a lady, isn't it? You see, it was so very difficult for me with the example of Professor Higgins always before me. I was brought up to be just like him, unable to control myself and using bad language on the slightest provocation. And I should never have known that ladies and gentlemen didn't behave like that if you hadn't been there.
Well,
oh, that's only his way, He doesn't mean it.
Oh, I didn't mean it either. When I was a flower girl, it was only my way. But you see, I did it, and that's what makes a difference after all.
No doubt. Still, he taught you to speak, and I couldn't have done that,
Of course, that's his profession.
Damnation!
It was just like learning to dance in the fashionable way. There was nothing more than that in it. But you know what began my real education?
What?
You're calling me Miss Doolittle that day when I first came to Wimpole Street. That was the beginning of self-respect for me. And there were 100 little things you never noticed because they came naturally to you. Things about standing up and taking off your hat and opening doors.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yes. Things that showed you thought and felt about me as if there was something better than a scullery maid. Of course, I know you would have been just the same to a scullery maid if she had been let in the drawing room. You never took off your boots in the dining room when I was there.
You mustn't mind that. Higgins takes off his boots all over the place.
I know. I'm not blaming him. It's his way, isn't it? But it makes such a difference to me that you didn't do it. You see, really truly, apart from the things anyone can pick up, the difference between a lady and a flower girl is not how she behaves, but how she's treated. I shall always be a flower girl to Professor Higgins, because he always treats me as a flower girl and always will. But I know I can be a lady to you, because you always treat me as a lady and always will.
Please don't grind your teeth, Henry.
Well, this is really very nice of you, Miss Doolittle.
I should like you to call me Eliza. Now, if you would.
Thank you. Eliza.
To call me Miss Doolittle.
I'll see you damned first.
Henry? Henry?
Why did you slang back at him? Don't stand it. It would do him a lot of good.
I can't. I could have done it once, but now I can't go back to it. Last night, when I was wandering about, a girl spoke to me and I tried to get back into the old way with her. But it was no use. You told me, that when a child is brought to a foreign country, it picks up the language in a few weeks and forgets its own. Well, I'm a child in your country. I have forgotten my own language and can speak nothing but yours. That's the real break-off with the corner of Tottenham Court Road. Leaving Wimpole Street finishes it.
Oh, but you're coming back to Wimpole Street, aren't you? You'll forgive Higgins?
Forgive? Will she? By George, let her go. Let her find out how she can get on without us. She will relapse into the gutter in 3 weeks without me at her elbow.
Eliza goes out on the balcony to avoid being alone with Higgins. Eliza? Eliza! Oh, for heaven's Henry, go talk to her and solve this matter immediately. I won't tolerate childish imprudence in my house.
The vicar is here, ma'am. Shall I show him into the garden?
The vicar and the professor. God heavens. No, I'll see him in the library. And Henry dear, I suggest you stick to 2 subjects. The weather and your health. Mrs. Higgins exits. Higgins walks up to Eliza.
What do you want to talk about?
About you, not about me. If you come back, I shall treat you just as I've always treated you. I can't change my nature and I don't intend to change my manners. My manners are exactly the same as Colonel Pickering's.
That's not true. He treats me a flower girl as if she was a duchess.
And I treat a duchess as if she was a flower girl.
I see. The same to everybody.
Just so. The great secret, Eliza, is not having bad manners or good manners or any other particular sort of manners, but having the same manner for all human souls. The question is not whether I treat you rudely, but whether you have ever heard me treat anyone else better.
I don't care how you treat me. I don't mind you swearing at me. I don't mind a black eye. I've had one before this, but I won't be passed over.
Then get out of my way, for I won't stop for you. You talk about me as if I were a motor bus.
So you are a motor bus, all bounce and go and no consideration for anyone. But I can do without you. Don't think I can't.
I know you can. I told you you could.
I know you did, you brute. You wanted to get rid of me.
Liar!
Thank you.
You never asked yourself, I suppose, whether I could do without you.
Don't you try to get around me. You'll have to do without me.
I can do without anybody. I have my own soul, my own spark of divine fire. But I shall miss you, Eliza. I've learned something from your idiotic notions. I confess that humbly and gratefully. And I've grown accustomed to your voice and appearance. I like them rather.
Well, you have 4 of them on your gramophone and in your book of photographs. When you feel lonely without me, you can turn the machine on. It's got no feelings to hurt.
I can't turn your soul on. Leave me those feelings and you can take away the voice and the face. They are not you.
Oh, you are a devil. You can twist the heart of a girl as easy as some could twist her arms to hurt her.
I care for life, for humanity. And you're a part of it that has come by my way and has been built into my house. What more can you or anyone ask?
I won't care for anybody that doesn't care for me.
Commercial principles, Eliza, like swirling violets, isn't it?
Don't sneer at me. It's mean to sneer at me.
I've never sneered in my life. Sneering doesn't come either the human face or the human soul. I am expressing my righteous contempt for commercialism. I don't and won't trading affection. Call me a brute because you couldn't buy a claim on me by fetching my slippers and finding my spectacles. You are a fool. I think a woman fetching a man's slippers is a disgusting sight. Did I ever fetch your slippers? No use of slaving for me when saying you want to be cared for. Who cares for a slave? If you come back for the sake of good fellowship. And if you dare to set your little dog tricks of fetching and carrying slippers against my creation of a Duchess Eliza, I'll slam the door in your silly face.
What did you do it for if you didn't care for me?
Why? Because it was my job.
You never thought of the trouble it would make for me.
Would the world ever have been made if its maker had been afraid of making trouble? Making life means making trouble. There's only one way of escaping trouble, and that's killing things.
I'm no preacher. I don't notice things like that. I notice that you don't notice me.
Eliza, you are an idiot. I waste the treasure of my Miltonic mind by spreading them before you. Once for all, understand that I go my way and do my work without caring twopence what happens to either of us.
What am I to come back for?
For the fun of it. That's why I took you on.
And you may throw me on tomorrow if I don't do everything you want me to?
Yes. And you may walk out tomorrow if I do everything you want me to.
And live with my stepmother?
Yes, or sell flowers.
Oh, if I only could go back to my flower basket, I should be independent. Why did you take my independence from me? Why did I give it up? I'm a slave now for all my fine clothes.
I'll adopt you as my daughter and settle money on you if you like. Or would you rather marry Pickering?
I wouldn't marry you if you asked me. And you're nearer my age than what he is.
Then he is, not then what he is.
I'll talk as I like. You are not my teacher now.
I don't suppose Pickering would, though. He's as confirmed and all bachelor as I am.
That's what I want. And don't you think? I've always had enough chaps wanting me that way. Every girl has a right to be loved.
What? By fools?
Maybe they'd make me happier than my betters than bully me and don't want me.
Can they make anything of you? That's the point.
Perhaps I could make something of them, but I never thought of us making anything of one another. And
in short, you want me to be as infatuated about you as those fools.
No, I don't. That's not the sort of feeling I want from you. And don't you be too sure of yourself or of me. I could have been a bad girl if I'd liked. I've seen more of some things than you, for all your learning. Girls like me can drag gentlemen down to make love to them easy enough, and they wish each other dead the next minute.
Of course they do. Then what in thunder are we quarreling about?
I want a little kindness. I know I'm a common ignorant girl, and you're a book-learned gentleman. But I'm not dirt under your feet. What I did was not for the dresses and the taxes. I did it because we were pleasant together, and I came to care for you, not to want you to make love to me, and not forgetting the difference between us, but more friendly like.
Well, of course, that's just how I feel and how Pickering feels. Eliza, you are a fool.
That's not a proper answer to give me.
Rubbish. You should marry an ambassador. You should marry the Governor General of India or the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, or somebody who wants a deputy queen. I'm not going to have my masterpiece thrown away.
You think I like you to say that? But I haven't forgot what you said a minute ago. And I won't be coaxed round as if I was a baby or a puppy. If I can't have kindness, I'll have independence.
Independence? That's middle class blasphemy. We are all dependent on one another, every soul of us on earth.
I'll let you see whether I'm dependent on you. If you can preach, I can teach. I'll go and be a teacher.
What will you teach in heaven's name?
What you taught me, I'll teach phonetics.
Ha ha ha!
I'll offer myself as an assistant to Professor Niven.
What? The impostor, that humble, that toading ignoramus, teaching my ways, my discoveries. You take one step in his direction, I'll wring your neck.
Wring away. Why do I care? I knew it'd strike me someday.
He lets her go, stamping with rage at having forgotten himself, and recoils so hastily that he stumbles back into his seat on the ottoman.
Aha! Now I know how to deal with you. What a fool I was not to think of it before. You can't take away the knowledge you gave me. You said I had a finer ear than you, and I can be civil and kind to people, which is more than you can. Aha! That's done you, Henry Higgins. It has. Now I don't care that. for your bullying and your big talk.
You damned impudent creature, you! But it's better than sniveling, better than fetching slippers and finding spectacles, isn't it? By George, Eliza, I said I'd make a woman of you, and I have. I like you like this.
Yes, you turn round and make up to me now that I'm not afraid of you and can do without you.
Of course I do, you little fool. 5 minutes ago, you were like a millstone around my neck. Now you're a tower of strength, a consort battleship. You and I and Pickering will be 3-year-old bachelors instead of only 2 men and a city girl.
The carriage is waiting, Eliza. Are you ready?
Quite. Is the professor coming?
Certainly not. He can't behave himself in church. He makes remarks out loud all the time on the clergyman's pronunciation.
Then I shall not see you again, Professor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Mother. Oh, by the way, Eliza, order a tie and gloves, will you?
Buy them yourself.
I'm afraid you have spoiled that girl, Henry. But never mind, dear. I'll buy you the tie and gloves.
Oh, don't bother. She'll buy them all right. Goodbye.
Mrs. Higgins runs out. Higgins, left alone, rattles his cash in his pocket, chuckles, and disports himself in a highly self-satisfied manner.
I wanted to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks and appreciation for their outstanding performances in Pygmalion. Give a huge round of applause for Team Pygmalion. So now it's time for felicitations for the winners of International Mother Language Day 2023. So now, first I would like to ask Dr. Sajanya Puri ma'am to felicitate our students. So first we have Anurag Singh for recitation. Can I have a huge round of applause for Anurag Singh? And then we have Manmeet Singh for recitation. Next up, we have Lona Gina Margaret Kota for recitation. Then we have Zoe Other for recitation. Next, we have Swapnil Chaudhary for recitation. And now we have Amitesh Mitra for song. Next up, we have the rockstar organization, Shiji Das. Can I have a huge round of applause for Shiji Das? Next up, we have Anupa Das for poetry writing. Anupa Das for poetry writing. And next, we have Kalpita Biswas for poetry writing. Next, we have Antika Sinha for creative writing. Can I get a huge round of applause for Antika Sinha, everyone, please? And now we have Saurav Sarkar for creative writing. Now we would like to felicitate the participants of Pygmalion, the rock stars of today. So can I call out the names? Can I have a huge round of applause for all the participants of Pygmalion? So first up, we have Professor Henry Higgins. He is Swapnil Chaudhary. Next up, we have our flower girl, Aliza Doolittle as Aishwarya Mehta. And now, we call Kataral Victory, Abhishek Bhattacharya. And now we have Miss Higgins by Ahana Datta. And now we'll have Mrs. Spears by Atri Mukherjee. And now we have Eisenford Hill, played by Ahana Mukherjee. Now I would like to request Mega Man to please come on stage and felicitate our students. Mega Man. Next up, we have Miss Clara Eisenford Hill as Ushrita Das as Miss Clara Eisenford Hill. Next up, we have
Shivam Chandra Das as Mr. Freddy. Next up we have our cadet team. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request Jila ma'am to please come on stage. Jila ma'am. Now I will request Mr. Sarval Chatterjee sir to please come on stage. Sarval sir. Sarval sir, can you please come on stage? Next up, we have our awards for direction and light and sound. The first is Ashish Malik, who directed this play. Next, we have Vikas Das, co-director of this play. Let's go. And now we have Shubhra Jyoti Patla. Next we have our very own Noah Rai. Now I would like to call Anvesha ma'am on stage, please. So next up we have for production appreciation, which is our president, Roshni Das. Next up we have for costume and styling, which is IC Roy. Next we have Gopal Mitra for costume and styling. Next we have Sneha Shah. Next up we have Somnath Das Niyogi for graphic design and logos. Do we have Somnath here? Next is Shivam Raj for graphic design and background. Now I would like to request Shantini ma'am to please be on stage. So next up we have for art and set design, which is Chandrima Dev. Chandrima Dev, can you please be on stage? Next we have Ranika Anand. Now we have it for Gaurav Basia, art, set and design. Next up is Chandrachud Adhikari. Next we have Wahid Rana. Now I would like to request Anusha ma'am to please be on stage. Anusha ma'am, please be on stage. Getting down to we felicitate you first. Okay, so next up is for screenplay, which is Madhurima Basu Thakur for screenplay. We also have Atri Mukherjee. So now we will have Dr. Sajanya Puri ma'am to say a few words.
Well, we'll be giving out all the participation certificates and other certificates to you. But please put your hands together for this wonderful team. If you don't have these, a better way to sign off a national conference or a communicon, but for this stupendous program. Let me tell you, these kids had to go through a lot of, I got a lot of flack from all of us, right? You know, I guess throughout the process they've learned project management, I feel, because at one point of time I was telling Ansua that I think we shouldn't be having it at all. You know, because I don't see people, they come in, but then they said, ma'am, she's one person who's had a lot of faith in the students. And then she said, ma'am, let's go ahead with this. So please give a good hand for Ansua. I'm sure she's smiling at that. Because of so it was absolutely, last time when the same team, the few of them had gone ahead to put up the Macbeth, we realized that we would be having a better platform like this. But then they proved it right, and so many students joined. I think it's the first time, and I would like to put it on record that we have students of all the portals joining it together. And it fills my heart to see that the first year students have taken up a lot of leadership here. And secondly, you have the design department and the fashion design department putting up the sets, the props, looking into the clothing, and you had proper learnings for the media department students who went on to get the lights, sound, and the background score going out with recording. And lastly, the fabulous actors. They were never actors, but maybe some were. Maybe some were theatre performers, but then you surprise us. Elisa looks like Elisa completely, doesn't she, guys? And she can live the character completely. Yes, give it up for Higgins, please. I remember when the roles had been decided, there was a lot of discussion which went backstage, which many of you didn't know. Right? So why this, why that not? And then I guess everything fell in place. And when I see Auna, I know the last time we met to now, a lot of maturity and absolutely fitted the role completely. Right? So can we have one big round of applause for these guys? I cannot forget my wonderful CLC team who went ahead, go ahead with the practice. That is Vega, Shoaib, the theatre performer himself. Can you step forward? With his broken left hand fingers, I was only worried that how would he manage. He went ahead. And it was Megha Mehra who tried to articulate the G20 summit students and the students. Where's Megha? I can't see her. Right. That's how we go. And of course, scientific and Hamisha, please step forward, please, guys. Right. And I cannot miss celebrating the wonderful Amisha sitting there patiently, taking it live on YouTube. So please give it up for her. And all the volunteers and all the audience. It's not an easy task to sit there for the hours and hours. And the parents who are here, I thank you for your time and I hope you enjoyed. I can see some parents there. I hope you all enjoyed that. And I would want to have one group picture first with all of these people, and then we get the entire house coming over here. Are you ready for it, guys? Yes, sir! Three cheers for NSHM! And of course, I cannot forget fabulous Vishan, the anchor. And of course, patiently, the entire media photography team is here. And nothing is possible without the support of our seniors. And thanks for it.
Let's go,